Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, respected Director of iccbs, distinguished invited speakers and guests, esteemed professors, my dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shahzad Iqbal Naqvi. I am Project Manager at Center for Artificial Intelligence in Health Sciences at International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences, University of Karachi. I am honored to be your host for today's session. I would like to inform you this workshop is jointly organized by Center for Artificial Intelligence in Health Sciences, OIC Comstech, and Sindh Innovation Research and Education Network, working under the auspices of the Government of Sindh in coordination with LEJ, National Science Information Center at iccbs. On behalf of organizers, I welcome you all and appreciate joining us today. We have arranged a series of informative sessions and presentations designed to be both engaging and enriching. We trust you will find them valuable and insightful. To formally commence today's workshop, let us begin with the recitation of Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان
May these words guide us towards wisdom, compassion, and purpose in all our endeavors of today. Now, I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. Thank you, everyone. To deliver the opening remarks, I request Dr. Riazuddin, Associate Professor at PCMD ICCBS. He is also the project coordinator of the Center for Artificial Intelligence in Health Sciences. Dr. Riazuddin, please come and deliver the opening remarks.
My dear Director Saab, Professor Dr. Rada Shah, the Pattern-in-Chief, Professor Dr. Atar Rahman, the Chief Guest Secretary Sindh, Janab Rehan Iqbal Bilor Sahab, Coordinator General Comstack, and our mentor, Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, distinguished guests, colleagues, and my dear students. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to this hybrid workshop on AI in health sciences here at the ICCBS. This is in principle a national workshop, which is third in the series, as we have conducted similar events since the inception of this project here. The project establishment of a Center of AI in Health is a development project approved by the PSTP in 2019 and funded through the Ministry of Science and Technology. The continuation of such events shows our commitment to pushing the boundaries of the health sciences with emerging technologies such as AI. Dear colleagues, the impact of technology, particularly AI, in our lives is undeniable. AI has the potential to transform healthcare, shaping the future of medicine, and impacting the patient care. At the ICCBS, we take pride in our research that benefits people's life. Say, for example, during the pandemic, our center was the frontier to start a clinical trial for vaccination program and provide critical research to help us understand the crisis. My dear colleagues, the pandemic taught us the importance of engaging with the data. Smart data analysis can lead to significant positive changes. The understanding led us to seek funding from the government of Pakistan to set up a center for AI in health at the ICCBS. Our goal is to create a hub of innovation that can empower medical professionals and scientists to use data not only to treat diseases, but also to understand their reason and their causes. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited to officially introduce the project establishment of a Center for AI in Health at the ICCBS. I have been coordinating this project since it starts, and since then, it has gone through many stages of development. Despite the challenges, we have remained focused on our objectives. Today, I am excited to share the milestones we achieved. Let me go to the slides where I can show a quick glimpse of the data we have covered during the journey of this center. Right. So I will take very quick a glimpse of the things happen in the center. We have been in taking the collaboration from international counterparts. 7 of such collaborations have been materialized and listed here from with Austria, with China, and UK and Germany, and some are in negotiation. And with the national collaboration, we have signed MOU with Pak Austria Fachhochschule in Haripur, as well as the Al Khwarizmi Institute at UET Lahore. And with the industrial partnership, we have collaborated and taking their role in marketing of our products with the SBCG, which is Strategic Business Consulting Group, as well as NG Tech Services Private Limited. And some of these startups who have been graduated from these initiatives are mentioned here. And some other startups have been included. We signed MOUs with a medical clinical setting, for example, Indus Hospital and Aga Khan University Hospital. And the training of 3 scholars have been conducted from Austria already. They came back, and 3 are now getting trained in Austria right now. And we have further potential staff positions available, which we'll announce by every now and then. And we have been conducting similar events in last couple of years. And there are a couple of lectures have been conducted, which mentioned here with some of the partners from abroad. We have been able to publish 2 papers from this initiative. We have established 3 products which are in different phases, and some papers are under preparation. Acknowledgement, the forever visionary leadership of the ICCBS, current and past, and initiative of the Science and Technology Task Force, which has been initiated in 2019. So before I close, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who worked so hard to make this workshop happen today. From our director to the project management staff, everyone has worked hard to make this happen today. I am deeply indebted to the ICCBS visionary leadership from the past and the present that play a catalyst role for their constant support and vision that keeps driving us forward. Also, thanks to collaborators such as Dr. Atif Mashkur sitting here from Austria to support our staff training from Austria. Our final thanks goes to OIC Comstech for providing us with support to conduct the workshop using their platform. In the end, it is great to see such a diverse group of participants from different disciplines. Most are from a medical background. I would like to say that this workshop is just the beginning, and I hope to see more interdisciplinary collaborations in the future phase of this project. Let's dive into the amazing possibility offered by AI for advancing healthcare and improving lives. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy the workshop and have a productive day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abuddin. Now we have an eminent personality here with us. I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman. He's the most decorated scientist of Pakistan, having 4 national civil awards, including Tamba Imtiaz, Sitara Imtiaz, Hilal Imtiaz, and the highest national civil award, Nishan Imtiaz. He was conferred the World Academy of Sciences Prize for Institution Building in 2009 and the highest civil award by the Austrian government in 2007 and the highest scientific award conferred by the President of China in 2020. Professor Rahman was elected as Fellow of the prestigious Royal Society, London on 14th July 2006. He won the prestigious UNESCO Science Prize in 1999 and was elected Honorary Life Fellow of King's College, University of Cambridge, UK in 2007. He is presently Professor Emeritus at the International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences, University of Karachi, which is now internationally recognized as UNESCO Chair Center of Excellence. I request Professor Ataur Rahman to please come and share the insightful. Thank you. Just.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. मेरे पास व्यवस्था सभी था व्यवस्था मेरी बात होगी ऑस्ट्रेलिया में वहाँ से इस्लामाबाद से लोग हुए हैं members good to have you here dear friend ladies and gentlemen yes we it is a real pleasure to be here with you and I'll be talking about I'll give you a fast overview some of the developments that are taking place in the area of AI and health. AI has come in a big way in medical imaging, and there are a number of tools that are now available for eye scan detection, diseases detection, cancer, early detection of cancer, radiology, etc. One of the most fascinating developments of AI has been in drug discovery. And there are again many tools available for drug discovery. For instance, scientists at MIT and Harvard recently discovered a new class of antibiotics using AI, which was resistant against, which was effective against methicillin-resistant and vancomycin-resistant bacteria. Particularly, you find that many companies now are integrating AI into their drug development programs. BioNTech, for instance, in USA, has used this for developing vaccines against COVID. Similarly, in Japan, Excellencia and Sumitomo Dynapol have been using it for discovery, and they discovered this completely fully AI-designed drug molecule, DSP-1118, went into clinical trials, and it has shortened the period of drug development to clinical trial. Within 12 months, it was a world record. Within 12 months, using AI, it has gone into a clinical trial phase. This drug. This is was a big development of AlphaFold 2 and AlphaFold 3. AlphaFold 2, just from the sequence of amino acids and protein, you can tell what their conformation is. And this helps in finding out where the cavity is of an enzyme, for instance, and what kind of drug should be designed to enter that cavity. And AlphaFold 3, which came out just summer last year, also can do for DNA and RNA, etc., not just proteins. So there's a multi-dimensional structure, and this never crossed to the award of Nobel Prize as well. Elon Musk, of Tesla, he developed, he established a company called Neuralink, and this is now looking at brain chips, electronic chips integrated into the human brain. And these are being used for various purposes, for tackling diseases of neurodegenerative diseases such as schizophrenia and other diseases. And it is also being used for restoring eyesight to the blind, so finding many applications. So this is a new horizon. Electronics being integrated into the human brain, and soon, before we know, perhaps knowledge will also be transferred through chips into the human brain. So that's one of the frontiers. When will this happen? I don't know. But then the whole question of whether we need schools and colleges and universities will become a huge question mark once this starts happening. So there are a huge number of now applications that AI is finding in various facets of medicine, in clinical trials and video genomics, in medical management, in natural language processing, managing medical records and data, digital consultation, virtual nurses are here only. So there are so many applications that are being found in clinical trial, in robotic surgery, in mental health, genomics and precision medicine, in public health, etc. So many applications. So I don't have time to describe each of them because I was allotted about 6 or 7 minutes. But those of you who are interested in some of these, I'll be happy to share this presentation with you. And that gives each device and each application that we're finding. And seeing how, since many of you are medical doctors, it might be of interest to you see how it can be applied to your interest. For Pakistan, I was heading the knowledge economy task force of the federal government, and I have had a 13 billion rupee project approved about 4 years ago. This is for developing the human resources in cutting-edge technology such as AI. This money is there, it is with HEC, and it is being used for such purposes. So those of you who want to benefit from this, you should just see the HEC website and see how you can use funds for postdoctoral training, for PhD level training, and for other purposes. Similarly, a 40 billion rupee project was submitted by us, the Knowledge Economy Task Force, to the Ministry of IT. And this has gone through an extensive feasibility study that has been completed. And this is to set up a network of AI centers in Sindh, in Punjab, in KP, and Balochistan, etc. And this is now happening. So this is something the project feasibility has been completed and the project is now going to be approval phase. The challenge of the project, but this is going to make a major difference, hopefully, in the AI sector. And then I persuaded both all the 3 major funding, Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of IT, and HEC to start funding in the AI area. ये वाली project है जो यहाँ बन रही है Ministry of Science and Technology की funding है जो हरिपुर में जो एक सेंटर AI बना है वो IT Ministry का है और इसी तरह HEC जो है वो भी इन्वेस्ट कर रही है in a number of centers and labs and other places AI के ऊपर focused है. Before I end, just a fast something exciting which has happened in Pakistan. अगर आप देखते हैं ये 2023 है और ये 2000 है. And this is the overall ranking of Pakistan in various disciplines. So something very exciting has happened. In economics, Pakistan was in the year 2000, we were 96 in the world. Now we are 17 in the world. 20 साल के अंदर 23 साल के अंदर amazing change has taken place. The entire landscape of higher education has changed. Never in the history of any other country has such fast development taken place as has happened in Pakistan. People are unaware of what really has happened. 63 in chemical engineering to 20, 62 to 21, 59 to 23, 48 in various fields. So there have been, I mean, this is the international, the SIMAGO head, the international ranking agency. This publishes annual rankings of every country. So something very good has happened. And the major contribution to this has been the tenure track system, which I introduced when I was the chairman at HEC, 8 times more productive than the BPS system. This was a study carried out by HEC itself, and the output from the tenure track system of faculty members there, which was 8 times higher than the average output of the BPS system. This just shows our comparison to India. Pakistan is green, India is red, per capita research output. So if you see this at the left, is year 2000, that's year 2022. So the green has gone up and we overtook India, and now we are about 10 to 15% ahead of India in per capita research output. Output per 10 million people. The actual numbers, we are about 5 or 6 times behind, but we were about 30 times behind in the year 2000. Now population ratio, we are slightly ahead. This data is from a Web of Science. In the Scopus data, that is also very much similar. And in computer science, research publications, in the year 2000, we had only 65 papers in computer sciences in the year 2000. Last year, we had 4,500 papers. 65 papers के बजाय 4,500 papers अब आपके 20 साल के अंदर. Amazing changes have occurred. और जो अभी आपने देखा कि इंडिया के खिलाफ हमने जो एरियल विक्ट्री जो करी है, उसके अंदर we have sent out about 11,000 students for PhDs and postdoctorals. Several thousand were absorbed in Pakistan Air Force, in Camera, in NASCOM, and many others. और फिर जो integration की जरूरत थी, system integration की, ground radar, P-50 missiles, K-10 aircraft वगैरह, so that could be done very effectively. And that was the reason. System integration जो करी थी हमारी जो HEC के scholars जो बाहर गए थे और वापस आए थे और absorb हुए थे in defense organizations, that is what flattened India. And this is the last slide. This is a book which has been published in the USA by Parker Macmillan. Those of you who require it, I can send you the relevant chapter. This is a chapter devoted to the story of Pakistan that I just described, how the entire landscape of higher education and science has undergone major changes. Up now, we want to change gears and link it to industrial and agricultural development. We have the manpower, we have the research capabilities. It's now very important that we now link them to actual socio-economic development, क्योंकि लोग तो मौजूद हैं. अब ऐसी करें जिससे गुर्बत दूर हो और हम तेजी से आगे तरक्की कर सकें. So globally, AI is projected to have a market of 2030 by 2030 of over $100 billion. और median jobs जो हैं अब AI replace कर रहा है. For instance, आज सुबह BBC की खबर थी कि Amazon is reducing its workforce by a significant amount because of AI. And नया जो horizon है, quantum computing का, that's coming up very fast. And when quantum computing gets integrated with AI, civilization is going to change, education is going to change, everything will change around us. Medicine, drug design, you name it. So this is just on the horizon. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we have a video recorded message from Dr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhry Sahab. Dr. Chaudhry is the Coordinator General of OIC Comstech, Senior Advisor and Distinguished National Professor of Bioorganic and Natural Product Chemistry at the International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences. He is also serving the Vice President Central and South Asia for the World Academy of Sciences, TWAS. Since 1990, Professor Chaudhry has been among the leaders in the field of natural product chemistry and has made pioneering contributions in the discovery of novel natural products. Mr. Fasik, kindly play the message.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Chief guest, Honorable Mr. Rehan Iqbal Baloch, Secretary Health, Government of Sindh, dear Sir, Professor Dr. Atar Rahman, Patron Chief ICCBS, my dear colleague, Professor Dr. Muhammad Raza Shah, Director ICCBS, learned resource persons, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear students. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. As the Coordinator General of OIC Ministerial Standing Committee for Science and Technology, I would like to welcome everyone to this hybrid workshop on artificial intelligence in health sciences, taking place at the ICCPS during 18 to 19 June. It is a pleasure to have you all here with us, whether you are joining us in person or virtually. This workshop is a collaborative effort organized by the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Health, ICCBS, OIC Comstech, and the Sindh Innovation Research and Education Network. We are excited to see such a diverse group of participants coming from different backgrounds, including researchers, healthcare professionals, and AI experts. Your presence signifies the importance of integrating artificial intelligence into health system to drive innovation and improve healthcare outcomes. As you are aware, artificial intelligence is transforming the healthcare industry by enabling more precise diagnostics, personalized treatment plans, and efficient resource management. AI technologies are being used to detect and monitor potentially dangerous conditions, provide personalized healthcare approaches, and predict diseases before they occur. This workshop aims to explore these advancements and to discuss how AI can be effectively implemented in health system. Ladies and gentlemen and dear students, according to McKinsey's report, 13 disruptive technologies are going to change the face of the world and redefine human development. AI is one of them. According to the report, these 10 technologies, including AI, IoT, regenerative medicine, nanotechnology, energy devices, and many more, are going to define the socioeconomic status of the countries and will generate a wealth of $33 trillion in the next 5 years. The integration of AI in healthcare system is doable and taking place in various parts of the world. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed resource person, including Professor Dr. Atif Mashkoor from Austria, Professor Dr. Murtaza Najabat Ali, who is also a Comstech Distinguished Scholar, Professor Dr. Yasir Ayaz, very closely interacting and collaborating with Comstech as one of the technical experts in the field of AI, Professor Dr. Rabi A. Ramadan, Professor Dr. Sadiq Ali, and my colleague Dr. Riazuddin. Their expertise and insights are invaluable to the success of this workshop. I encourage all participants to actively engage in these sessions, ask questions, and share your perspectives. Your input is critically important in shaping the future of AI in health sciences in Pakistan. Additionally, I would like to highlight the various initiatives of OIC Comstech in the field of artificial intelligence. Comstech is responsible of OIC AI vision. We are mandated to develop a comprehensive vision for AI in the OIC region, focusing on strategic priorities and collaborative efforts. OIC 15 Dialogue Platform, which is an extremely important institutional mechanism of gathering collective strength of 15 most proficient OIC member states in the field of science, technology, and innovation. And Comstack is serving as the headquarter of this important platform. Under this platform, we concluded the ministerial meeting in Tehran last month with the theme around AI, which included the development of a working paper to facilitate discussion and knowledge sharing among member states. Under the OIC 15 Dialogue Platform, we are going to initiate major projects involving OIC member states. Capacity building activities, we are actively organizing exhibition in AI healthcare, training workshops, and conferences to build capacity and foster innovation. They are generally youth-centered. Fellowship and collaboration, OIC Comstack is offering fellowships and establishing collaboration and linkages to enhance research and development in the field of AI and its applications. These initiatives reflect our dedication to advancing AI and its application across various sectors, particularly in healthcare in the OIC region. To conclude, this workshop is a unique opportunity to learn, collaborate, and innovate. Together, we can harness the power of artificial intelligence to transform health systems and improve the quality of life for people around the world. I'm particularly grateful to Minister Dr. Azra for supporting many initiatives at the ICCBS. She has been instrumental in various projects related to healthcare, which we have in our institution. I once again thank you all for bringing many resource persons together. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students, for being part of this important event at the ICCBS. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Iqbal Sahab. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Muhammad Raza Shah Sahab. Professor Raza Shah is distinguished chemist renowned for his pioneering work in nanotechnology, material science, and drug delivery systems. He serves as the director of International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences at the University of Karachi. He has received numerous accolades, including the Khwarizmi International Award, Tamgha Imtiaz, and Abdus Salam Award in Chemistry. In 2010, he was recognized as a TWAS Young affiliate by the World Academy of Sciences. Beyond his research, Professor Raza Shah holds several prestigious positions: President of Chemical Society of Pakistan, editor of the Journal of Chemical Society of Pakistan, UNESCO Chair in Medicinal and Bioorganic Natural Product Chemistry at University of Karachi, advisor for the International Traditional Medicine Clinical Trial Registry, China, visiting professor at Nankai University and Hunan University of Traditional Medicine in China. May I request Professor Dr. Raza Shah to please come and share his thoughts with us.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My dear friend, Secretary Health, Mr. Rehan Baloch, respected teacher, Professor Dr. Tawana, my dear colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It's again a matter of great pleasure to be here and just organize yet another event related to health sciences. And Rehan Balu sir was with us just recently, and yet another just event. So that shows that this is the center is a lively center. Every day you are coming to this center, you discover something new. And Professor Atarama used to just tell this in the last couple of decades. I heard that this center is all about dreams. And the first dream that was of Professor Salimuzzaman Siddiqui, and he just established the nucleus of this particular center, and then the torch was handed over to Professor Atauraman. And then Professor Atauraman, along with Professor Iqbal Chaudhary, they just elevated this center to new heights. And they really set a platform for us to just now transform this center to a center which can just contribute to the socio-economic development of the country. The platform is there. Now it is our responsibility that we should work hard and be focused and just play our role in the economic development of our country. This era is an era of science and technology. And we have just witnessed recently in war of Israel and Iran that you do not need large number of forces. You need great mind. And that's what they have just showed. And being in Muslim Ummah, we need to invest on science and technology. If we fail to do this, trust me, we will be under miserable condition, and we will, Allah na kare, God forbid, we will be in more miserable condition than what we have seen in Gaza. So we should learn from this, that why the Israel is so strong, why they are just hitting the military general from 2,000 kilometers away. That's only difference is the technology. They have invested on the technology. Unfortunately, in the past, we were not investing on the technology. When they were investing on building university in Cambridge and Oxford, we were just building here Taj Mahal and big luxurious buildings. So there was we lost the train there. We just lost the direction there. And from there onward, as you can see that the research which is going on in all countries or in the Muslim world, they are not of that quality to earn a single even Nobel Prize. So, but at the same time, we should work hard, we should focus, and the priority of our governments and our leaders should be science and technology and education. You might have heard in the news that the Israeli forces are targeting the scientists and the journalists. Why they are targeting the scientists? Because they are very much well aware that if these are the most precious people, if they target those, and if these are somehow eliminated, and then they can just win the battle, and that's so we should realize the importance of our educated people. We should invest on them, and that is what is the need of the day. And if we do not do that, then we would not be just again we will be bigger. We will be asking other countries for help. We should rely on our resources. And I'm just leading the International Chemistry Olympiad team as a mentor. So our children is having a great mind. They are second to none. The only thing is what we need is to just give them a proper direction and just invest on them. And that's what Professor Rahman just persuaded Professor Musharraf that you should just invest on our children, and then and we prove in our recent victory over India that we want better from the India only on the basis of our young youth. The Indian were just encountered and confronted by these young educated engineers which were there and which got education due to the program initiated by Professor Rahman. So this is that there we need to invest. And Rehan Bulusa, this organization is your baby. The Sen government is supporting us tremendously, and your support is instrumental. Our four centers are just your centers. They are declared by the Sen government that these are our centers, and we are helping, and we are there to help. Whenever there is a need for the Sen government, we will just go out from our own comfort zone, and we will do whatever possible. And that's what we have shown in the past, that when there was a pandemic, we transformed our virology center to a testing laboratory, and we were conducting the largest test of COVID-19 for the Sen government. Similarly, there was a need that there should be a forensic laboratory. We established. So there is an ecosystem. You know that the centers which we have established here, there is an ecosystem, and due to that ecosystem, these centers are performing well. If you establish isolated labs some here and there, the ecosystem is not there. It would not work. So investing in this center is investing for the future. And I just assure you that we will not disappoint you. We will just work very hard. My team is well educated. My team is highly qualified. They can perform in an extremely better way. And this center is a gem in the Sen government, in the sense there is no center in the country which have won 33 civil awards. This is the only center in the country. So the Sen government should really feel proud of the center. This is the only center in this part of the world where the German students were coming here and they were getting trained here. This is the OIC Center of Excellence. This is the only center in the Muslim Ummah which was declared a twice best research institute. So this is actually a fair international projecting a soft image of the country at the international level. So we need to support this center, and your support will be instrumental just to achieve the goals. We have initiated many projects related to health. We are planning to establish a stem cell facility that would be a GMP facility for regenerative medicines. That is one of our initiative which we are planning to achieve within next financial year. Similarly, we would also like to strengthen our virology center and the artificial intelligence in the health sciences. That would be important because the data management and the dashboard, because that would reduce a lot of burden, administrative burden in the settings of the hospital. So these are many programs which we can initiate with your departments, and we will be there to just help. And we have success story. Whenever they have just trusted on us, we delivered, and in future we would also be delivering. So you should become our champion. You should just fight for us in the Sen government. I know you used to sit there. So yeah, you just raised voice for us, and I'm sure we will not disappoint you with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Raza Shah. Now, it is my great honor to invite Chief Guest of today, Mr. Rehan Iqbal Baloch. Currently, he is serving as the Secretary of Health, Government of Sindh. A respected leader and dedicated professional, Mr. Baloch has been a source of inspiration through his unwavering commitment to excellence and public service. His vision and work have made a meaningful impact in the health department. He was the former secretary of Population Welfare Department and additional secretary in the Education and Literacy Department. We are truly privileged to have him here with us today. I now respectfully invite Mr. Rehan Baloch to kindly come forward and share his valuable thoughts with us. Please, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm very happy to be here on this workshop. I had few engagements. I tried to delay them because I wanted that I should attend this. Recently, I will give you an example, sir. I visited my Jinnah hospital. Some patient wanted to have a CT scan done. Recently, they have upgraded their CT scan machine with AI system fitted in it. The results of the scan report was such that I think there was no need of the radiologist because it was identifying the disease and it was explaining everything. So with Dr. Atta Saab recently informed that Amazon is reducing its HR. You are very right. By proper implementation of this AI, you would be reducing our HR. Even it will indirectly support us in reducing our budget because the HR required, the other things required which are linked with it would indirectly give a good result also, and at the same time it will reduce the amount. This is basically through AI, which I understand is that we are doing predictions, and through those predictions we are able to handle those things before they appear. We can prevent those things. I want that health department should be supported. I would be having a detailed meeting with my concerned officers how we can implement AI in health department, not with the at the machine level, with data analysis, with disease patterns, with disease cure, and other related things where we can focus on it. And we can take a pilot program for starting with any district headquarter hospital, and then we can replicate it with all over Sindh. I would be very happy. During these days, we are a little much free because budget is done, and the next financial year it would start in 1st July onwards. So the third or the fourth week of June would be more feasible depending on the time. And I would also love the project which is being done by the project team. I don't know the components of the project. I want, if any project which you think is directly or indirectly uh, supporting the health department, we would love to be part of it so that we can. I don't know how the implementation process is and what is the stage of the project. I would want that the health department should be linked with it, and whatever support the health department can give, we will definitely give. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now it is the time to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Atif Mashkoor. He completed his Doctor of Science at Johannes Kepler University, Linz, and his Doctor of Philosophy from University of Lorraine, France, both in computer science. Professor Mashkoor is currently working as a requirements and process manager at Fronius International, a docent at Johannes Kepler University, Linz, and an adjunct faculty of iccbs University of Karachi. Previously, he was the scientific head at the Software Competence Center Hagenberg, the Austrian Center of Excellence in Software and Data Science. He also served as the managing director at Sinopark Center for AI and a foreign faculty at Park Austria Fachschule. Now I request Professor Dr. Artik Mashkoor to please come and present his work.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Am I audible? Is it okay? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Shazad, for introduction. Thank you very much for inviting me over here. So, as the title of my presentation suggests, I will be talking about this collaboration model because Dr. Ataur Rahman was talking about it, Dr. Raza was talking about it, and Dr. Riaz was also talking about it. This is a collaboration model between Pakistan and Austria, which is very successful and which could be replicated to other institutes as well. So I will start with the timeline. Actually, the first interaction I had with Professor Ataur Rahman when he was invited in Karachi in 2019, and he discussed his vision for introduction of AI in Pakistan. One of the centers was, of course, the iccbs AI Center, but also the Park Austria Fachschule and the Sinopark Center for AI. So then we had the first discussion over there. I became the part of the team and I started the facilitation for the hostels. Then I had an opportunity to come back to Pakistan in 2021. Meanwhile, COVID came and this project was delayed. But meanwhile, we also started the Park Austria Fachschule because of the effort of Professor Rahman started in 2020. And the Sinopark Center was also established meanwhile. The project over here was started, but initially we recruited some people which was here, then some challenges came up. Dr. Riaz was talking about those challenges. But somehow we are I will talk about these things. Then Professor Rahman discussed finalized the details with various institutes. And then Professor Iqbal Chaudhary also visited us in Austria in software center. But meanwhile, the partnership had already been established. Our students was already in it, and the things were already set up by me, and everything was exposed by them. Not everything, but most. We at least finished with the fundamentals. So currently, this is our student cohort. We visited Austria for 2023 to 2024, and the second cohort is also now visiting us in Austria. So let me talk about the partners first. So I'm part of Johannes Kepler University. I'm docent over here. It's not a very old university. It's rather a young university as compared to European standards. Founded in 1996, based in Europe, and its campus is one of the most known. And it is based on astronomer Johannes Kepler. And then we have a lot of excellent innovation centers like Business Institute of Technology, Digital Transformation Center, and also we have very strong ties with industry over there. For example, I will mention briefly about Postal. Maybe you do not know about Postal, but the Karachi steel mill was implemented by Postal. So this is the story. And of course, we have done environment. I will also show me. So this partnership was based on two things. So Dr. Rahman's vision was that we do not need only scientific excellence, scientific collaboration, but the most important part is the industrial collaboration, so that the knowledge economy, Dr. Rahman was saying, it was based on the real products, the output of the project. Fundamental research is great, but what as a Pakistan we need is the product that we can capitalize, that we can actually market, and that can solve real life problems. And for that, we did not focus only on the university research, but we inducted all of our students and all of our incoming scientists into a research facility. That is software competence and hardware. Austrian Center of Excellence in Data and Software Science in Australia is one of the most premium research facilities in Australia. It's not for profit. It has more than 160 employees. It has 40 million assets in total, but also 5 to 10 million euros per annum research. It has three pillars. So for centers like iccbs and Manaspat University, the center works with international scientific partners, and they also work with company partners, which are real industrial partners, and over there they do cooperative research application reviews, and also technology and knowledge transmission. So, for example, currently the center is operating since last 6 years, and current funding period is 20 which is funded by the Austrian, several Austrian universities and several Austrian colleagues. And it has multiple research labs. For example, Dr. Khan was talking about the future. So area zero, over there we work on the futuristic technology like neuromorph or quantum computing. We have already started building capacity in that. But also currently with the industry, we are dealing with data and AI modeling and also software system building. And the last level is integration, because we're also talking about integration, how different things integrate with each other, how we can actually provide these, translate this research into actual. And mostly we work at 2 to 6 tier technology. So there are several projects going on, and some of these projects our currently students are in. And all these projects are based on industry. Like you can see BMW, they are all like very big Austrian. Bosch. So these are some of the projects, and what one of the students who has returned from Austria, Champagne, is also sitting over here. Somewhere talking to his first. Okay, so could you please come back to this next slide? I have list of all the projects that we are running in the center, but I will be brief. Ask me to just look at. So I have been talking to Dr. Raza for some time now, and he always talks about the products that we can market, that we can deliver, and that we can establish as a startup. So some of the projects that we are doing over here are really market related. I will list the projects, the one our students were trained on in Austria, and what we can do in Pakistan. For example, one of the projects our students were working on the blastocysts, AI-based quality assessment of blastocysts for in vitro. So blastocysts are actually embryos that develop after IVF facility. And our objective of this project was to support a clinical practice to more accurate quality assessment and selection of blastocysts, and also create a kind of a gold standard, so that the next time the data comes, we can compare against that. This is the benchmark, and we can compare against the more data. And also fundamental contribution to the election IVF aspects. So first we had a gold data, and plus we extended it based on the new results. The problem in the current system was that the convention system was quite, images were complex, low agreement rate, it was very time consuming. There was no explainability. Even the real model was less real set, and the computational expensive. So what we did is that we first allocated segmented based on some data, based on some. Once the machine was trained on that, then it could do the feature as well. itself. We did not need the human intervention. The secretary was talking about that we want to reduce the human input in this project. So that was actually a very good example. That the final outcome with a very low human intervention, we will provide a very good result. And then we use different distance techniques. So this is, for example, the original image, which is the segmentation. In the original image, you cannot see much, but over here it is segmented, you can define features. The next project we are currently working on, and that is actually very relevant for Pakistan. It is about autism. Now, autism is a growing concern. The problem is that this country do not have much awareness if a child is autistic. Sometimes in the past, what we used to say, if a child is autistic, we could say maybe it's a delayed speech or there is something else. Especially when now both parents are working, the children goes to kindergarten, and parents have a very low time for the children. It is very difficult to understand whether the child is on spectrum. What we did is that. So the idea is that we could try to identify whether the child is on spectrum or not as early as possible. We conducted, there are also some studies over there, for example, worldwide 0.6, in Asia 0.4, and in Pakistan, 11 people, 350 children at the PhD. So we planned an AI-enabled app for kindergarten teachers. Because through this app, we can really figure out whether the child is on spectrum. So this is the University of Cambridge provides some kind of questions. We integrated with AI, and with this simple app, we can figure it out whether the child is on spectrum or not. And that is a very good example. We can launch it or pitch it to government offices, or we can deploy it in kindergartens, in preschools and things. And this is a good example how we can deploy AI in a. Okay, Shazad Sahab asked me to wrap it up. This is another project which our students worked on. It is about to support paraplegic patients which have a lower body paralysis. So using this machine, they can regenerate some of the muscles in the body. And what we are doing with this, if you are interested in one of these projects, please talk to me or chat me. Yes, it was some of the data analysis. We achieved multiple results, which was like. Another project we are working on is about computer-aided diagnosis for lung disease. So that was actually quite prevalent or quite commonplace when COVID was here. So we developed an app over here. So it's a simple app. We provide some X-rays. There's a machine model behind it. It's trying to identify which kind of respiratory disease the machine is. The machine is supposed. For example, currently the system supports 4 or 5 times. We also developed an app for AI-based clinical diagnosis system for decision support. So, for example, it's a decision support system. We provide some results to the app, and we try to predict what could be the possible cause of this problem. And again, to avoid human intervention as we just said. And currently, we are working with anemia diagnosis, and it works quite well. This is now again, I think, a very good project, doctorism, which we can really market. It is about you will see with medical students, they want to do some autopsy or they want to learn from the faculty what are the body problems really. And this is kind of a VR system where you put a VR mount with the VR head, and then a real body will be there. And then with the VR system, you can actually play with the body. You can open the body, you can look how the heart works, you can dissect the heart, and everything like ritual.
This will be medical colleges.
Yes, and this the good example of this. All the medical colleges, all the medical hospitals, students can learn operating people without actually dealing with the real body to actually 80% work. So this would be again effective. It's based on automated learning. Yes, it is again about Poland policy. It is and what we are doing over here, we are able to detect pollen in a live video feed. So we can embed it within camera. The camera goes in that, and in the video, live video, we can see if there is pollen. Usually, traditionally is done through medical imaging when we are editing that, but we can provide a live camera feed and also video uploads and also images. Okay, last slide. What did we learn through this exercise and how we can replicate this model to other? Yes, it needs patience. Patience is very. As I showed, we started this project when the first interaction in 2019, and we are now sitting in 2025. And now we are in a process that we can start delivering from. Now we have a trained human resource. Now we have established our base. So please be patient because such projects, such collaborations need some time before they are done. We also need perseverance. There are a lot of problems, there are a lot of hiccups, but we to be stay optimistic. Dr. Riaz has always been optimistic. He has been dealing with it tremendous effort. I really congratulate you for your tremendous effort. But we also need guidance. For example, the support of Dr. Sahib has been support of Dr. Iqbal has been phenomenal. Now Dr. Raza, as soon as he assumed the charge, he is engaged with this project. And he's really owning it and asking us, hey, let's start delivering something. Let's extend. So this kind of institutional support is phenomenal. And this is the base. If there is no institutional backing, such projects. Teamwork, of course, we have a teamwork. As I talked about Dr. Riaz, who was coordinating the project. Javed Riaz Services, who is supporting from the ministerial side, and he was she against the bureau base. You know, this is a teamwork. Simple person cannot do this. And of course, competence. We need a very competent staff as well who can do that. For example, our student who was a remarkable researcher, they had a very good footprint and very good reputation now in Austria. Our CEO in our company was asking, hey, this guy, this is phenomenal. iccbs, and he was surprised that iccbs, I told him it's a center for cabinet and management. And he asked him, how come they have such a good AI yet? And he said, well, it's Pakistan. We have multi-talented people. And also now the big question is coming. I wish if the secretary was there, I wanted to discuss the sustainability of this sector. Because now this was a PhD project, we're about to finish this project, and now the goal is that we need system. Yes, we have some products, but they will need time. So meanwhile, before we can make them ready for the market, before we can work and improve their aesthetics and development for iOS, for other platforms, we need some resource, we need some from this support. That's part of sustainability. We have already started thinking about it, but if any idea against this would be fun. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mashpoor. Now it is the time to invite our next speaker. Professor Dr. Murtaza Najawat Ali is a biomedical engineer by profession and the visionary CEO of Revive Medical Technologies, while also serving as professor and head of biological engineering department at Rifa International University, Islamabad. He completed his PhD and postdoctoral research at the University of Sheffield. He is the founding executive director of the Medical Devices Development Center, a center of excellence at NUST University, and the CEO of Innovative Health Technologies. His exceptional work has been recognized with Pakistan's most prestigious honors, including the National Development Award from federal government, Presidential Award and the Pakistan Engineering Council Excellence Award and Comstech Distinguished Scholar Award for his capacity building efforts across OIC member countries. Now I request Professor Murtaza to please come and present his work. Please.
Assalamualaikum, respected Professor Dr. Tawin Mansa, project manager, organizer, research fraternity, and cricket team students. My name is Murtaza Nijabat Ali. By profession, I'm a biomedical engineer, and I studied mostly in UK, in different universities. I've been around, and my journey started when I developed first esophageal stent for a UK-based company as a student in Brunel University. And to my surprise, when I went into the cost estimation of that stent, it was about few British pounds. So I wrote a letter to the President of Pakistan as a student from UK. And to my good luck, that letter was well received by the President of Pakistan, in 2006. And that letter was then forwarded to the concerned authorities in Pakistan, like Chairman Pakistan Science Foundation, Minister of Science and Technology, and Chairman NESCOM, Dr. Samar Mubarak. And Dr. Samar Mubarak then called upon me, and that's where my whole journey started. To cut it short, I landed in NESCOM. I joined NESCOM, and with the support from because I've been working with different PSTK projects to PC1 with Ministry of Science and Technology. So with the support from Ministry of Science and Technology, I founded Pakistan's first pilot scale production plant at NESCOM. I'll start with myself. After establishing that production plant, pilot scale production plant at NESCOM, fate actually has its own course. After 2 years, we got it certified from European regulatory bodies. The stents were tested in Erasmus Medical Center, Product Center in Rotterdam, and everything was done. But somehow Dr. Samar Mubarak got retired, and new chairman, he just joined, and then they just shared with me that they had no intention to take it further to commercial scale. So that's where I resigned and I went back to UK, and I landed back in Queen Mary University of London, started my academic journey over there. And in 2011, I met Imran Khan Saab in Bradford, and I gave him this concept about medical center of excellence in Pakistan with the name Medical Devices Development Center. And he got excited, but somehow he was so much busy in election campaign. He sent me back in Pakistan. I gave a presentation to his Razak Daud Saab, who was actually chairman of the AI. But somehow I started following up after that presentation. It didn't work out because they were busy in the next campaign in 2012. So I decided I had two options, GP and NUST, because NUST has given me, their commitment in writing. So in 2012, I landed in NUST, and I founded Biomedical Engineering and Sciences Department as a head of department. And after a year, I voluntarily resigned from HOD position. I remained professor over there, and I started making an effort with the Ministry of Science and Technology and NESCOM because I submitted one of the PC1s related to the production facility of angioplasty balloon catheter. For those of you who are not aware with this technology, with the stent and catheters, the angioplasty balloon catheter is also a delivery system for stents. So my PC1 got approved from Ministry of Science and Technology. So I went to the NESCO chairman NESCO that they should give me back the stent technology, the stent production plant, which I established a few years ago in NESCO. So to cut it short, after a long story, I made a lot of efforts with ministry, and they formulated a committee. Eventually, the entire technology from NESCOM, it was handed over to me. Ministry of Science and Technology, they became the intermediate channel. They carried out the handling and taking over. And that's where another miracle happened, that in Punjab, the expired stents were implanted in patients. and the Supreme Court took suo motu notice and Prime Minister Office took very serious notice. That was the time then the government again started searching for me, and Prime Minister Office called upon me, and as an expert, I started appearing to the hearings in Supreme Court. So Prime Minister Office gave me a directive that I should establish a purpose-built medical devices development center and Pakistan's first state-owned medical device industry with the support from PSDP funds from Planning Commission and Ministry of Science and Technology. So that's where it all started, the game. So this actually is my team, my core team. They've been working with me for the last more than 1 decade. I got myself trained in Germany. I've worked in one of the German industry, and I also got my team trained over there in their production facility. So this is actually the journey which I shared with you regarding NESCOM pilot scale plant, and this is actually that center and that Pakistan's first state-owned medical device industry which we founded. And if you just go now, so when I left federal government about 22, 23 months ago, and when I left, I integrated another center with this center, which is actually for the production of electromedical plants like ventilators and respiratory devices. This is for cardiovascular. So this is the only facility a year ago, but now I believe in Karachi, Elsons has also developed their own ventilator. So this is the only facility, till 2024, which was producing medical devices, and it was certified and licensed by the European regulatory body. So we got the manufacturing license from GRAB. Eventually, Prime Minister himself inaugurated this facility and interacted with those patients who were implanted with those stents and catheters. And all these products which we produced in this center, they were tested in Poland, in Germany, and then we conducted multi-center clinical trials in government hospitals in Pakistan. And in Karachi, the trials were conducted in NICBD, and eventually in Sabah, the same goes for Punjab and other provinces. So these are some of the snapshot of that facility. Has different clean room, ISO class 578. So now let me just give you a quick snapshot about Revive Medical Technology. Revive Medical Technologies is my Jama Punji. When I left federal government, not only me, my entire core team, they joined me in Revive. Revive is a USA-based company. I founded this company about two years ago, and we have its headquarters and business office in Florida, and we have 45,000 square feet R&D and production facility in industrial area zone in Islamabad. And we call it one-stop shop. It's a one-stop destination because I've been running another company for the last 14, 15 years. And that company was related to the regulatory affairs of medical devices. And we have a very seasoned team of regulatory affairs specialists who are trained from Belgium, UK, and that is the only entity in this continent, in this region. It has no competition here. So I'm just sharing it with you just to connect the dots, because I'm going to make another statement shortly. This is actually where we are located in Florida. This is actually Islamabad. This has been the global problem and challenge in the realm of medical devices, that all these entities like physician entrepreneurs, physician-led startups, health tech startups, small and medium scale manufacturers, and universities with IPs related to healthcare technologies and medical devices, they've been facing this global problem. And the global problem was that there are like three different types of medical device companies in the world. One is the medical device R&D company, and it has its own limitation. That are all these medical device R&D companies in the world, they are niche. They have specialty in only one area. For example, there are thousands of different medical devices in the world, and there are different categories of those devices. if I just broadly categorize them in active and non-active medical devices, because there are like 7 different categories of medical devices, or more than that. Even software is today software as a medical device. We call it SAMD or SIMD, software in medical. So if I broadly categorize medical devices into 2 categories, active medical devices are those medical devices which need some power supply, some electronics in it. And non-active like stents, catheters where they don't need such power supply. So there are 3 types of medical device companies in the world. Medical device R&D company. If I talk about medical device R&D companies, they have limitations. For example, if one medical device R&D company has a specialty in ventilators, they have no clue about ECG, glucose monitoring, hemoglobin monitoring. Even though all these devices which I named, they are all active medical devices. Same is the case with another medical device R&D company who has a specialty in stents. They have no clue about catheters, heart valves, even though all these devices are non-active medical. The second category of medical device companies are manufacturers or contract manufacturers slash OEM, and they are just focused on manufacturing. Thirdly, medical device companies are regulatory specialists. They get the US FDA done, CE mark done from Europe, Saudi FDA done, UKCA from UK MHR. So what we did in Revive Medical Technologies, I actually consolidated everything into one menu. I've been running a regulatory affairs related company for the last 15 years. And they are getting the US FDA done and CE mark done for several US based, European, Middle East, UK based, Australian, Singaporean based companies in the world. Big companies like Medtronic, they've been our client. We got their product FDA done. One of their plant in Minnesota, we got their products US FDA. So what I did actually, I integrated everything into Revive Medical. So we have 3 different wings. We have a production wing having different clean rooms, ISO 578 class. And then we have R&D wings comprising of several research labs. I'll come to that. And then we have regulatory wing. So the world was facing this problem that all these entities, physicians, health tech startups, manufacturers, universities. So if you just consider this thing as a health tech idea, any entity like physician, they have investment ready, they have idea ready. And if they would like to convert this idea into a market ready product, it has been a dilemma for them because they had to go through several venues. For a medical grade electronics, they will have to knock one door. For a medical grade software, they will have to get it done from somewhere else. For biomaterials and its ergonomics and aesthetics and fabrications, they will have to get it done from somewhere else. For any kind of biological, drug-related coatings or surface modifications, they will have to go somewhere else. And if is the case for regulatory approvals, they will have to go somewhere else. So that actually made the whole conversion process from idea to invoice like 5 to 7 years and millions of dollars of investment. We came up with this disruptive and holistic solution, which is very time efficient and cost efficient. Most of our development time is like 5-6 months, and we take another 6 months or 8 months to get the FDA approval done or CE mark done for such devices. So we integrated everything into one value that has made the whole process seamless, cost efficient, and time efficient. We recently developed this video dermatoscope with a very unique set of features. I'm not actually supposed to share those features because it is integrated with AI-driven software and which diagnoses the anomalies on the skin. So you can see the journey here, that how that idea is translated into a low fidelity prototype, then to a high fidelity product, and just from one menu. And when we start the development process, all 3 teams, regulatory, production, and R&D teams, they work hand in hand. So that in the end, the conversion of that concept is 100% compliant to the regulatory framework. It is 100% compliant to the manufacturability. So we provide these 4 different turnkey services in the world. We are 100% working outside Pakistan. And in the last 20 months, we have developed more than dozen technologies for the world, especially in North America, in US, in Europe, and Middle East. And recently, we signed an agreement with a Silicon Valley-based investment group. It's a diaspora group. They are now investing in private sector in Pakistan, and we are setting up a product industry for them. They are investing. We are setting up a medical device industry for them. So our turnkey services are fourfold. The number one is the product development, and it is a complete world. It can be injectable because we have biomaterials and drug synthesis lab in our R&D wing. It can be an AI-driven healthcare software solution. It can be an active medical device. It can be wearable. It can be non-active medical device. It can be diagnostic device. You name it. So it is a complete world. So the second service is related to the product testing and validation. Again, it can be an AI-driven healthcare software solution. It can be a tangible, active or non-active medical device, or a nanoparticle impregnated with some drug, microspheres impregnated with some drug as an injectable. And then we are involved in the regulatory approvals of such technology. And fourthly, we are engaged in the realm of manufacturing. So in the realm of manufacturing, we are working in two dimensions. One dimension is contract manufacturing, because any entity like physician, entrepreneur, physician-led company, health tech startups, manufacturers, university, when they are done with their product development and regulatory approvals, they always have two options. One option is that they ask us to do the contract manufacturing because they don't have any manufacturing equipment. So we do the contract manufacturing for them. We send them the anonymous batches from Pakistan, and they label it and brand it with their own name, and they distribute it. In the second dimension, in the realm of manufacturing, we set up production lines for different investment groups in the world. Recently, we established Saudi Arabia's first medical device industry, and they are producing drug-eluting stents, angioplasty balloon catheters, resorbable sutures, non-resorbable sutures. So this is actually R&D facility in that device, comprising of different labs, conceive, design, and simulation. So we have the fastest 3D printers. We are printing carbon fibers, and we can print anything of different aesthetics. I mean, you can get the different colors and different aesthetics like matte finish, lustrous finish. It is just customer choice. Then we have embedded system lab. We design our own medical grade electronics, PCBs. We develop, produce them, and we test them. Then we have biomaterials lab, because my background is also biomaterials. If you go and Google my papers, my patent, I work, in a very there's a material called organic material. Professor Sab, you must have heard about them. There are a couple of handful of people who did the theoretical modeling of that material. I was the first scientist who physically synthesized it and used it in a medical device. So you go and check that organic structures. So we have microbiology testing lab. Then we have artificial intelligence and software suite, and then we have production wing comprising of different ISO class clean rooms. These are some of the technologies, machines, products which we developed over a period of 21 months since we started our operations after leaving federal government. So you can see the diversity here. It can be anything. It can be injectable, oxygen supplementation device. And we are running our own production line for the machines, for the production and testing machines. So wherever we are commissioning industry, we are using our own machines. And that has another angle to it, because investors, they would like to invest less in the first place. If they were to buy the same machinery from US and European market, the capex will go up significantly. So we are providing our own production and testing machines. The capex comes down remarkably, and they invest less, and then they use their own revenue cycle in the expansion of those industries. So we are working with telehealth, in telehealth, telemonitoring. We have for a couple of US-based company, universities, we've signed agreements like University of Cincinnati, University of Toledo, We are developing telestroke. We recently developed telestroke device for University of Toledo. It has a VR-based sort of goggle and some bands and an artificial intelligence-based application at the physician's terminal, and he's remotely giving the cue to the patient, and he's evaluating the visual field and visual peripheral field of the stroke patient, and he's giving them cue related to movement of their limbs, and then prescribing them, and that software is further making the decision making robust by nature of having AI model in it. And then we developed different novel infusion pumps, french pumps for different customers. These are the technologies which we developed in the past for different industries and companies. I'll just quickly go to this is non-active medical device. That was previously I was showing you active medical device portfolio. This is non-active. And then this is biomaterials and drug synthesis, like rapid pain relief emulgers and anti-diabetic drugs and things like that we've developed in the past. We are also in the business of automation. We are giving automation solutions to the local industry, especially in Sialkot, the surgical industry, and we developed these telehealth related kiosks for some clients. These are all AI-driven automation machines. But because of the time constraint, I'm just skipping through some slides quickly. This is actually the Saudi Arabia's first medical device industry I was referring to. They are producing cardiovascular devices. Now coming towards AI, in the realm of AI and healthcare software solution, we are working in different verticals. Like we are working in data-driven solutions, we are working in DevOps and interface engineering, software quality assurance. So we are involved in both the software development lifecycle as well as in the software testing lifecycle of healthcare software solutions. And I'll just quickly go through some. So what we are doing actually quickly, we have our own EHR, and that EHR is AI driven. So we are working with different USA-based clinical setups and European setups. You will be surprised, from Pakistan, we are operating their EMR and EHR operations, and they are all AI driven. So previously they were using a conventional EHR. So you will have to understand this fact that in US, the physicians, they will only attend their 30% during their day towards their patient, and 70% of their time was actually occupied in the filling of the forms in EHR and EMR system. So what we did actually, we converted our EHR into AI-driven EHR, and we deployed that solution in their clinical setups in New York, New Jersey, New York, Dallas, Austin, in different parts of the US and Europe. So what happens is, when the patient comes and physician is initiating his or her examination, the patient history pops out automatically just through a word, keyword, or whether a command or field, you can just write down. And then the transcription notes are being done during the examination. The SOAP notes, which is subjective, objective assessment and plan notes, they are being used in clinical setups and hospitals in US especially. They are being written down automatically, they are being generated automatically. And then patient prescription is recommended to the physician automatically. He can just fine-tune some of the things, mostly. And then the ICD-CPT codes are generated according to the prescription, and insurance claims are gone in just few minutes. So everything is automated. So and then we get the radiological data like MRIs and CT scans and X-rays from different clinical setups and health tech related physician-led companies, and we develop medical diagnostic software which makes the clinical decision robust, which actually helps the physician. And sometimes there are some I'll be quick. So sometimes through these images, as you were mentioning, it is very trivial and difficult for human to sort of identify the pattern, identify the anomaly, because the software can do that because they are actually handling the large data set. And so we are helping with them in the medical diagnostic softwares. Then we are also involved in the personalized treatment models with different entities. We are also working with drug discovery with different universities of the Department of Pharmaceutical and Pharmacies, where we are working and developing software which are actually analyzing the proteomics, the protein structures and the drug binding sort of factors, and they're working in the drug discovery side with AI, and then remote patient monitoring. And we are also working in the software quality assurance, software testing life cycle, because some of the customers, they already have their AI-driven softwares ready, and we help them in the testing and validation side, cybersecurity testing, firewall testing, yeah. And then there are different test cases involved with those testing, API testing. So I think I'm almost done. With regards to Pakistan, where by virtue of having, a significant disparity in our healthcare system, which you can see here, that it has limited resources, and then we have uneven distribution of healthcare facilities, and then shortage of healthcare professionals. AI, has a very great future in Pakistan if we can deploy these models like machine learning, deep learning, and natural language processing based models into diagnosis, into the predictive activities related to disease outcome, in personalized treatment plans. So AI can reduce that kind of healthcare burden and augment the healthcare system in Pakistan. So I would like to wrap up here, and let me apprise you with my opinion that AI is not going to replace humans. Humans integrated with AI are going to replace humans who are not working with AI. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murtaza, for this nice presentation. Now it's the time for tea break and group photo.
5 minutes of question time. If anybody has any questions for any of the speakers, then
Yes, sure.
let's spend 2 minutes having a little interaction. Anybody has questions, we'll have to time to this. Very good. Actually,
In Pakistan, there are hospitals like somebody mentioned in the presentation. Yes, Jinnah Hospital, Secretary Health, he was mentioning. People in Pakistan in different clinical setups and hospitals, now they are actually procuring and deploying such diagnostic modalities and treatment modalities, and they have some sort of AI in it, and they are just pinpointing and highlighting some of the facts, whether it is related to an image or any kind of assessment, and the decision is with humans. So they just help them in in highlighting some of the gray areas, and so that kind of AI is there.
there are things that are automating right now, but it's not the AI actually working here.
AI can, AI is more useful in repetitive tasks. even in US, I just mentioned, shared with you the AI-driven EHR system which we deployed in different clinical setup. The feature is always with the AI just, writing down the prescription, and human will just sift through it and see whether it is appropriate or not. Most of the time they add something, they remove something. So the decision lies with human. AI, we should use it as a tool, so that we can effectively and efficiently operate and navigate through our profession.
Yeah, I might just add to that. See, one part of AI is the writing of the software, writing of the codes, and designing the appropriate AI for the end product that you are developing. That is one part. The second part of AI is the application side, where the doctor will select the application. And of course, then there is the manufacturing side, where you have to have large-scale manufacture of specific devices which are linked to the AI tools. So there are a number of facets of AI, and we need to be focusing on all different aspects if you want to develop AI in a holistic manner.
And I'll just add to Professor Khan's comment that today we are working in very unique platforms like DevOps, where the development team and the IT team who is involved in operation of that software, solution, they are not working in silos. They are working hand in hand, and they are working together as one team. So the software is quickly deployed, updated, and optimized during its use. And the operational team and the development team, they are constantly working together, and that's where it is optimized and it is deployed quickly. So that platform actually, so in Microsoft Azure and AWS, they give you this kind of platform where the development team and the operations team, they work, and they just over a period of lunch they can even deploy software, which was not the case previously. Previously, the development team used to work, used to design, develop the architecture, and then after everything, they used to deploy these kind of software, all at once. But now they are just doing it parallel, simultaneously, and iteratively, actually, which is actually based on agile, system.
What I like to suggest here, because Dr. Mukula, with all her experience and with the facilities that we have in this institute, there are 17 or so research buildings, there's a lot of space, there's a lot of infrastructure. So perhaps you might want to think about a niche area in which we could work with you. And if you can think of some suitable areas which you see a huge potential, which are commercially important, then you could perhaps then interact with Professor Shah, with Asif, and with some of the other colleagues here, and see how we can make something practical happen in this institution.
Because after coming here, I learned that you are actually in the process of setting up the tech for artificial intelligence.
Right.
So I would like to kind of you showed a slide of your industrial partners. So I think we can be one of those. You can deploy something here, and
So we look forward to receiving a concrete proposal from you, because we are, you are in the practical side, we are more on the theoretical side. So आप और Dr. Asif के साथ मिलकर like interact करें and see if we can develop something, and we can then also involve some industry. I think we can have one more question, and then we have to
Yes,
wind
sure.
up. You decide who to.
Who wants to? Yes, please.
Don't say. Microphone.
And we heard same kind of employee and then three forms which are is causing us a lot of water and a lot of non-renewable and renewable resources. So if you think the integration of AI is good and all of that, and is it going to be the limiting factor?
am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. तो अभी आप ये कहेंगे कि 23 multiplied by 64 क्या है? पता है अगर मुझे आप 2 मिनट देते हो मुझे पता है मैं क्विकली आपको 1-2 मिनट आंसर दे but for virtue of having these tools you have answer right in front of you. So that's how and that's where I think we should just consider these kind of technology and tools कि ये हमें help out करते हैं जैसे drug discovery है अब इस drug discovery में प्रोफेसर तावरमान ने highlight किया आपने highlight किया it takes like years just you know a concept coming into a market. So AI की वजह से क्या है कुछ large database है related to the proteomics जिसमें protein structures and conformation है फिर वो drug के molecules की binding capability है और वो within days, weeks, months time में analyze हो जाते हैं और वो आपको prompt करती है कि this is the right molecule for the right protein structure. And then that's where you lead and you go further on and वो आपको quickly clinical trials के phase पे ले आती है. तो हमें AI को सिर्फ as a tool use करना चाहिए जो speed up भी करता है, robust भी करता है हमारे operations को. हमें इससे ज्यादा decision making इन चीजों में नहीं जाना चाहिए और वो जाएगा भी. सिर्फ मैंने आपको जो आखिर में क्लोजिंग स्टेटमेंट दी थी ना कि humans integrated with AI they are going to replace quickly humans who are not aware with AI and they are not working with AI. So it is high time we should adopt these kind of technologies. हम humanly अगर और personally अगर इन technologies को as a nation adopt नहीं करेंगे तो institutions कैसे adopt करेंगे? ठीक है ना institutions की adoption तभी हो सकती है जब as a person as a Pakistani I'm mentally prepared that I'm going to adopt these kind of technologies. अब आप देखें ना writing कर रही होती है messages कर रही होती है तो जो short range आपको जो है support assistance आपको AI दे रहा हो ठीक है ना अब long range ना text supports आ गई आपके पास deep learning based आ गई commerce है जो आपको long range
So I think we have to stop now. So let us thank everybody and thank you everybody. Thank you especially to our keynote
Yes.
speakers, both our keynote speakers. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank you for your active participation in this workshop. Now I request all the guest speakers to please join us for the photography session, and then after, kindly head towards the hall for tea and refreshment. We will resume here at 11:40. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining here again. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Riazuddin. He's an associate professor at Dr. Panwani Center for Molecular Medicine and Drug Research. He's a recognized expert in computational biology, bioinformatics, and artificial intelligence applications in health sciences. Dr. Riazuddin holds a PhD degree in chemistry and has completed prestigious postdoctoral fellowships in Austria, Germany, and Australia. He currently coordinates the iccbs Industrial Technology Park and Technology Incubation Center and leads the Center for Artificial Intelligence in Health Sciences, established under a national development grant. Now I request Dr. Riaz to please come and present his work.
Assalamu alaikum and good noon, I must say again. So I hope the registered participants who are participating in this workshop are basically having some aim to learn something new and to understand like what is going on. Our purpose of this workshop is to show you guys like how our center is being evolved, you know. So as I mentioned in my morning talk, like this project was initiated and approved in 2019. And the moment this project was approved, the next following year was whole pandemic. You remember that. So we have faced so much of challenges because this project requires overseas training from different countries. So we were not able to send our scholars in time to the relevant countries for getting the training done. But Alhamdulillah, after pandemic over, we were able to send our scholars, and for which Dr. Atif is here, and he has supported us a lot in getting them placed in different labs in Austria. So I will tell you, because I briefly talked about this center in my opening talk, but now I will say in detail, but I have limited 20 minutes to finish this talk, so I will move on to the next slide. This is the building where our labs are being established, and this is next to Technology Park. Basically, it's a part of Technology Center, Technology Park and the Incubation Center. And the objective of the center is to build up the national or provincial level center in AI for research and training purposes, and to establish a hub of innovation, as everybody is talking about during the morning talks. If you remember, we are mostly talking about how to make products out of AI so that we can get some sustainability possible solutions. And moving on further, we will like to create entrepreneurship in the area of AI research. And on top of that, the major objective is to commercialize the AI tools through an AI-based incubation center. And the further objective is to create employment opportunities for the youth of Pakistan by training them in the cutting edge area of research. So, as I mentioned about the location already, so this is the facilities we have developed already. And we were, as I mentioned, this project is a PSDP approved project, in which 65% of this the project fund was allocated for the training purpose, and rest of them were available for establishing the lab. So we were able to, again, this was a big challenge to procure this equipment back in 2019 and 2020 because of the pandemic issues. There were lots of people who were not really engaged into this because of the lockdown happened at that time. We were not able to get quick quotations and others, but still we were able to, by the time, gradually we improved our infrastructure, and now it is state of the art. The specs are mentioned here, round the clock they are running, and we have our institute, very well, is blessed with the I would say the visionary leadership, who actually noticed that before even inception of this project, this project may need such kind of hardware and round the clock power supply. So we had complete backup system in terms of power. We have not only the secondary power backup through UPS, but also the generating system. And this is how we are, we have dedicated staff is here, SN is here, who is actually taking care of this whole facility single-handedly. And his contribution in this hardware is to run up and running round the clock and accessible through Wi-Fi or internet. And we can, on the fly, we can see the job running status alerts. And it automated also because it's AI system, so that is necessary to be automated. And let's talk about how we get into the international collaborations. So as I go back to 2020, I would say at that time, when we were initiating in Pakistan particularly, you are not able to find a very, I would say, qualified in terms of experiences in the field of AI. So the objective of one of the major objectives of this project is basically to train manpower so that they can get trained and then recruit here in the same institute, and then we can, we can work together and then find some possible solutions. So we started with our interaction with the international partner from University of Leicester and Shenzhen Institute of Advanced Technology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, and DFKI, and the people who are working in the area of AI, they must know this center is a big in terms of the quality production of not only the academic side, but also the commercial side. And JKU, as Dr. Atif has already explained much about it, so I don't want to go into it. Monash University, where actually one of our adjunct faculty, Dr. Adil Razi, is working. We are in process of signing an agreement with them, but not materialized yet, but still in process. And the part of JKU is SCCH. For this three institution, we have signed agreement already, and the fourth one and the same. Only the Monash University is in progress. And these are the listing of the centers. And in national collaborations, as you can see the picture here, Park Austria Fachhochschule in Haripur is another frontier in terms of AI-based research and technological advancement in the country. So here we actually, the idea is to collaborate with their people who already are expert in this field. So among them, we have like me in here and our scholar staff were there, and rest of them are all from Park Austria. So this memorandum of understanding has signed already. And one of the other agreement we have signed with Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science, from where we have got two of our scholars got trained from. And these are pictures of those people, you know, very well. This is Adil and Dr. Ashik. And in Germany, DFKI. And this guy, maybe Dr. Ashik may know him. He's from Austria, Vienna initially, but now he moved to New York University in Abu Dhabi. And I approached him, by the way, for this workshop. He was not available, otherwise he could have traveled from Abu Dhabi quickly to here to talk workshop. And Dr. Khalid from the same university at Leicester. So again, as someone is telling in the morning, like our center is famous for chemical and biological sciences. We are big name in the region, not only in Pakistan, but in the region. So switching from this particular domain to other is a big change. And you know, like whatever we say, I have my expertise in the field. By the way, I'm a chemist from my first degree. I have PhD in chemistry. But I switched to some related field of IT, for example, bioinformatics and other, but I cannot say I'm an expert in IT, because I can be saying like I'm expert in chemistry and biology, but not in IT. So the purpose of recruitment of nationwide newspaper advertisement is basically to attract such talent. And then we shortlisted them and interviewed them through our experts from different universities. As I showed you, they were remotely, conducting interviews, and people were recruited with a rigorous, I must say, actually our partners grilled the candidate during the interview. Some of the candidates are sitting here; they must agree with me. And another thing is that, like as I mentioned, the objective of this center is to produce certain kind of incubation or entrepreneurial things from the center. So we have recruited some of the AI specific call for pitching their ideas to our technology park, and they did, and some of them are have been recruited and they are working for their products. And there are some of the dissemination activities around the meetings. And this Dr. Athar Inam, he's Pakistan's renowned neurosurgeon. And recently we have signed an agreement with him, and he has keen interest to try AI in the field of neuroscience. And although Aga Khan University is quite infamous for not providing and sharing the data, but he is on his personal capacity agreed upon to provide the data. As particular, the data from his side is basically the video file. Sorry. So we are working on this direction, and some other colleagues visiting with our team members, and interviews, and some other dissemination activities and labs. So how this center is working, again, ICCBS is a top in the hierarchy, and director ICCBS is actually the one who is actually leading everything in terms of the administrative side as well as the advisory side. And I have been at that time the director, then Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary, has given me this responsibility. Although I am working as an associate professor, but given this charge as a like administrative part of my job, to coordinate the Center of AI. So I am the part of the team, and program manager Shahzad is here, who's hosting this event, and Hassan is our network administrator. And our research fellows who have been, selected, and they have been trained from abroad. Shahzad is right now in Austria. Shahzeb is sitting in here. Moin is in Austria. Tabarka is in Austria, and Saad. They all are getting trained from abroad. and couple of incubated ideas, like for example this one, Parvaz, a startup incubated company. It's a very young idea, I must say. They are still working on that. They are just trying to build an AI based system where wherever, like in the remote area of, particularly near to Karachi, if you drive from Karachi to some interior part of Sindh and you get encountered with some accident, you get first aid very late because of the not availability of quick infrastructure nearby. So their idea is to train their drone in such a way so that it must have some first aid uh, equipment as well as a camera associated with it, and it reach to the site and start live, sending the live videos of the incident, and then in the control room, a person expert can guide to provide at least first aid and moving on further to later treatment from the medical side. And this is a graduated company from here, SoftSoul. They have made like a telemedicine kind of, I must say, application they have made, and they have already started doing their business in here. And this is one of the another incubated idea where it's nothing like a Uber. Uber is it's very unfortunate. Like, if you are calling ambulance in an emergency, maybe it will come late. Uber will come first. Like maybe in our case right now, this is Yango. Yango may come first, then the ambulance. So the idea is like, why not build in systems in such a way so that ambulance can also come very quick. So this is the way they are working on. And one of the same event which we are doing now. You see, the banner is almost similar without the date is seen. So this event has happened in 2021 and in 2024 as well. And this kind of activities from our partners and pictures of the event. Okay. Okay, let's talk about some industry collaboration. We are supposed to have some representative from this company today here, but he excused in the morning. He said that he may come later after lunch, but right now he's not here. So he's Abbas Iqbal. He's running a company here, SVCG Private Limited. And they have been working in software engineering and software products. Now they have switched to AI, and with us, they are working for healthcare-based product development. And another company with which we have signed an MOU is NG Tech Services Private Limited. And this company is basically building up a kind of, they say like it's a hospital in mobile, it's like complete hospital in mobile. So one of the major thing which I have found in their application is basically they are providing quick and emergency supply of blood transfusion related, So as they say, they are providing remote services to those people. For example, maybe someone is sitting in Europe or America or maybe in UK, and their parents are here and they are in need of some kind of first aid or medical facility. So their app is working round the clock and providing the quick service to inland in Pakistan, in Karachi region. Okay, this is, I wanted Dr. Raza to be here, but I think he's not here. So I wanted to see him. This is one of the major thing we have been able to attract in this ministry at that time of when Prime Minister was Syed Aminul Haq Khan, and he has shown keen interest of establishing a center, two centers actually. One is with the, because Ministry of IT is having two major components. One is Pakistan Software Export Board, and the other is Ignite. So with Ignite, they wanted to have establish a vertical healthcare incubator here in this center, because we have premises and services and the infrastructure available. And with Pakistan Software Export Board, they wanted to develop a science and technology incubation center, for which we have signed an agreement back in 2023 in August. And after this 1st August, I think on 12th August, the government was dissolved, and the minister has lost his, constituency and his ministry. But because we were actively pursuing it, so at that later the caretaker government, and now I think Shiza Asif or Shiza Khwaja, I think she's leading this ministry, and it is there in their agenda already, because they were looking for some specific specific location where healthcare things are going on, as well as the infrastructure is available. So we are actively trying to pursue, but because of the political reason and geopolitical situation, this is right now not there in priority. But I think I suggested our director like to pursue actively and get started with the meetings done. So I think it could be done in no time. So we are trying to get it done very soon. And this is 2 days international startup and emerging technology event was happened in 2021, where we have attracted many industries in terms of technology base as well as healthcare from Islamabad, from across region, and they presented their ideas. And I have at least, I think, 5 minutes. So quickly, I would like to go through with some ongoing project. One of the project which I want to share here, Shahzad Rasool has developed an application here, which is called Medic AR. And this is augmented reality based. It's basically, I must say Shahzad is basically having expertise in the uh, in the software tool called Unity. And Unity is famous for gaming, right? So he used the same tool for this application, and he developed this tool by himself using his own expertise. And right now it is in communication with the Ziauddin Medical University. The purpose of this application is to replace a cadaver or a human body from this virtual reality based image or I would say 3D animation, where this application is basically this kind of applications are being developed across the world, particularly in USA. And because in this region, particularly in Pakistan, there are lots of ethical consideration involved regarding using the human body for the like deceased human body for a study purpose. So the idea is to use this and it's a kind of like a it's an app right now on phone, but it will be augmented in a kind of big room size table which has a screen, and the body will be like this image will be provided as a digital twin, and students from the medical background can learn their subject through this product. So it is in negotiation with the Ziauddin Medical University, where we show them and we send them to use it and then to get us the feedback. And some other research work has been conducted that's already discussed by Dr. Atif. One of the other project I would like to discuss here with Saad, who is right now getting trained from Austria. And what he developed actually is like a colonoscopy. So if you have a certain kind of cancer which can be visualized by naked eye, so it really, it's a kind of colonoscopy based video images, like a motion picture. And it's very difficult sometimes for the junior doctors to pinpoint the particular polyp. They may miss this polyp. So he has developed an algorithm where if the video is being uploaded by the doctor, and the algorithm will not miss any single polyp. So it will help doctors to get diagnosed quickly. So this is one of the other project, and this has already been discussed by Dr. Atif. And I showed this in my opening slide accomplishment, like many centers are on board for training purposes and networking and local centers, company network applications. And one of the active, collaborative model is being established right now with Indus Hospital, because Indus Hospital is famous for having, uh, uh, they claim that they are the paperless hospital. So they have their big data center, by the way. So somehow they are agreed to provide, because it's very difficult to get the data out of the clinical setting because of the many reasons. I'll tell you the reason which we have encountered during this sharing of the data. And to training purpose, I told you already 3 of them have been trained, and 3 are right now getting trained. And we have potential staff position of 7 in number. And we have further about 2 to 3 faculty positions also in pipeline, soon to be announced, and we will get them on board very soon. And some dissemination events. and lectures, projects. Okay, so I will quickly tell you about the challenges which we have faced. So this is one of the big challenge in any AI-based setting. So AI is or machine learning is basically worked uh, through data. You need data, otherwise you cannot build up your your infrastructure, your architecture. So uh, so whenever we go and talk, we physically visited many hospital settings in Karachi. One of the recent active collaboration with the help of our current director, Dr. Raza Shah, he actually is having personal contacts in Creek Hospital. So he was also supposed to be, Creek Hospital CEO was supposed to be here today, but he could not because he's right now in out of country. But tomorrow he'll come. Tomorrow we will go to see him. So, uh, so one of the anemic project which Dr. Atif told in the morning, that is being done through the collaboration with Creek Hospital, right? So whenever you go to talk to some doctors regarding this AI-based intervention, they always say, like, you guys are going to replace us. Like AI is going. This is like one of the major misconception by anyone, around the world, I must say. So even I was talking to Dow University's hospital radiology head, and she said, outrightly, she said, you guys are going to replace us. We don't want you to be. But they are doing real labor work. Indus Hospital has shared their problem, like their junior doctor need to see at least 1,000 X-ray scans on daily basis. 1,000 scan by a human eye. ये तो ह्यूमन फैक्टर भी मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ज्यादा है उसके लिए ना। तो उसके लिए हमने थोड़ा सा काम किया था और उनका प्रॉब्लम ये था कि दे वांटेड टू हैव एटलीस्ट एन एल्गोरिथम कि वो इतना सॉर्ट कर दे कि यार नॉर्मल को तो हटा दे इनमें से, ताकि हम फोकस उस पर करें डिजीज स्टेज पे। तो उस तरह के काम हो, तो लेकिन उसके लिए एक्सेस ऑफ डेटा इज अ बिग चैलेंज एंड पीपल आर नॉट रियली they really helping to get this data. And if you get the data, the problem is data is not clean. This is happened when I was having a contact with a hospital here in Karachi, famous for heart related disorders in public sector. And they said, I wanted to have ECG, and they said they will provide ECG on paper and वो भी photocopy करा के. So that was big challenge, like the information you lose during this copy. So this kind of challenges we always face, and false labeling also, and one of the other challenges in AI field is to how to retain the talent. This is one of the challenges we are facing also. So in future, we are working with the SCCH Austria with the help of Dr. Atif to bring a structured program in AI in health, and serving iccbs as a satellite center of SCCH in South Asia. This is one of the negotiation point and discussion. We soon to have meeting with the team in SCCH in person, and project extension for the applicable domains such as agriculture, जिसमें बहुत ज़्यादा scope है इसका. And we also are planning and discussing हम national level पे भी एक AI forum करें with the support of Austrian team. So with that, I would like to thank you so very much. And if you have any question, I'm happy to answer. Thank you. Question है? जी.
Yes. But my question is regarding the health center. What about, I mean, have we here in Pakistan or in Karachi federated learning, because it's a challenge over the globe that data for the research is not allowed for the company.
Agree.
So what's the,
Yeah.
I want to hear that what's the, at national level, what
You see, in Pakistani ecosystem, this is the challenge, first of all. लेकिन अभी आपने सुबह देखा जो सेक्रेटरी साहब बात कर रहे थे कि he has mentioned about कि NICVD में शायद उन्होंने mention या जिना में उन्होंने mention किया कि ये चीज़ हुई. तो this way or other way, they have to do it. अगर आपके पास मशीन ही वो आ रही है जिसमें implemented है AI, तो फिर तो आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. तो लिहाजा यहाँ पे जैसे मैंने बताया कि challenges हैं, people are really not willing to share the data and others, but ये होगा और हो जाएगा.
how can we
जी.
For example, he agrees to provide the data.
Yeah.
But
On personal capacity.
But
I agree. ये मैंने उनसे डिस्कस किया, लेकिन उनका कहना ये था कि एटलीस्ट प्रोटोटाइप अगर बन जाता है तो उसके बाद हम इसको कर सकते हैं ऑन अ लेवल ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन टू इंस्टीट्यूशन लेवल पे। जैसे कि मैं जब बात कर रहा था वहाँ पे, पहले मैं ज़रा डिस्कशन कर रहा था डेटा लेवल पे, डेटा जो वहाँ के स्टाफ थे वहाँ पे, दे वर रियली नॉट एंटरटेनिंग अस एट ऑल। सो व्हेन आई वेंट थ्रू डॉक्टर अतरी नाम, सो दे वर एग्रीड अपॉन, यू नो। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि पाकिस्तान का जो इकोसिस्टम है वो इसी तरह वर्क करता है कि आप थ्रू प्रॉपर जाते हो तो चीज़ें नहीं मिलती, तो ऊपर से ही आए। तो मुझे लगता है कि फ्यूचर में, जी, या मुझे यही लगता है दे मस्ट, दे मस्ट। ये जो आज हम सेक्रेटरी साहब से बात कर रहे थे, तो मुझे लगता है कि उनको ये पैगाम चला गया है और इंशाल्लाह हम उनसे फर्दर मीटिंग करेंगे। इस वक्त करंटली सिंध गवर्नमेंट में जो हेल्थ सेक्टर है, हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट है, जिसकी मिनिस्टर अजरा फजल साहिबा हैं, शी इज़ वेरी मच विलिंग टू डू इनोवेशन। ऐसा लग रहा है हमें ना, बहुत ज़्यादा हमने देखा भी, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट को वो ओन भी करती हैं। तो हमें लगता है कि अगर हम इस तरह से आएंगे तो वो जो प्रॉब्लम आप बता रही हैं ना, कि वो शायद सॉल्व हो जाए। तो वी आर ट्राइंग। हमारे सामने एग्जाम्पल डॉक्टर इश्तियाक यहाँ बैठे हैं, जीनोमिक्स में एसएफडीएल सिंध गवर्नमेंट का ही इदारा है एक्चुअली, और माशाल्लाह बड़ा अच्छा।
We, we, we have a lot of prototypes because we all are handling the PhD students.
ये
After prototype, we are getting
ये अभी हम चाय पे इनसे यही बातें कर रहे थे कि वी आर लॉस्ट। सो पीपल लाइक हिम आर द एग्जाम्पल एंड वी वांट टू। आप तो माशाल्लाह कंप्यूटर साइंस डिपार्टमेंट, आपके पास तो फाइनल ईयर प्रोजेक्ट्स के जो बच्चे होते हैं कुछ ना कुछ कर ही लेते हैं। ये कर लेते हैं, आई अंडरस्टैंड, आई अंडरस्टैंड। जी। हम्म, जी जी। एमआरआई। समझ गया, समझ। या डीफेक और गैन्स, आई थिंक शाज़िब उठा है, गैन्स पे हो रहा है काम बहुत ज़्यादा। इसके अलावा कैगल इज़ अ बिग डेटाबेस वेयर पीपल आर प्रोवाइडिंग देयर डेटा ओपनली एक्सेसिबल। This is one of the best resource for at least developing your prototype and validating it. You know, other than that, you need to apply on your local data in order to prove it and bring it to the market. This is Mm.
So I was appointed in the Department of Radiology. So I am working with the direct MD. So regarding data, the very first proof of concept is to show the reproducibility.
Reproducible.
That the expert, whatever the human expert is doing, is developing by the machine.
Yeah.
So now I strongly discourage my students to use the Kaggle data because
Okay.
you invest.
I understand. I understand. I understand. You see, like for the purpose of bringing it into the market, you need to have real data.
Yes.
Otherwise, you cannot. तो ड्रैप की भी पता है आपको? ड्रैप में एक बात कर रहा था इस्लामाबाद में कि ये जो डिजिटल जो innovations हैं for health care related, they also need to pass through this DRAP, otherwise not regulatory. Yeah. It's not easy. Like that's the big challenge also in particularly HIPAA compliance, for example. ये तमाम चीजें आपको करनी पड़ेंगी, वरना चीजें मार्केट में नहीं ला सकते आप। प्रोटोटाइप तक ले लेंगे, कर लेंगे, वैलिडेट कर लेंगे, वैसा नहीं करेंगे। ठीक है जी, थैंक यू सो मच।
Maybe yes, NCI support.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yas, for this nice presentation. Now we have an online session. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Yasser Ayaz. He is the founding chairman and central project director of National Center of Artificial Intelligence in Islamabad at NUST University. He is currently serving as full professor at the Department of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence at NUST. Professor Ayaz has been awarded the prestigious Pakistan Engineering Council Engineers Excellence Award and Gold Medal in 2020. He has been awarded Lifetime Achievement Award by the IEEE Islamabad section, President's Award for Pride and Performance, which is one of the highest civil awards of Pakistan, and Brain Award 2022 and 23 for NUST Top Performer. Now I request Professor Dr. Ayaz to please present his work. Yes, please, Dr. Ayaz, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Good to see you all, across the screen. I was wishing to come there in person today, but like last night, due to a flight mishap, I couldn't make it, to on your side. So let me share my screen and, let's start talking about this very important topic. Very slides, I'll be speaking about AI, particularly from the point of view of clinical trials, and also introducing to you about the kind of products of healthcare and some other commercial grade products that we make with NCI, and what's the pipeline, how we actually take something from a prototype, which is, on a small computer, which we make it in the beginning, and then how we actually translate it into a full-time product. So what are the steps and stuff in there? So our focus will be on development of new products and clinical trials, particularly phase 3, but like clinical trials overall. So the topic is clinical trials in the era of artificial intelligence, how AI is assisting in that. Next, please. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Next. So, you know that artificial intelligence, as you all know, is one of the most important and bigger, fields around the world. And if you look at the global market size, it actually unequivocally, if you look at various basically surveys around the world, AI emerges as the topmost contributing technological development that actually exists out there. So if you look at the overall market size of artificial intelligence, it is growing at a rate of about 26.6%. This is the compound annual growth rate stated by Statista, and from the year 2025 to the year 2031. And you know that the earlier predictions were that artificial intelligence will contribute about $15.4 trillion to the global economy by the year 2030. And this was published in 2009, January, by Forbes. But even at that time, I was saying many times that basically this is not as much, and number will grow even more than that. And now IDC has officially given their new number, and it is $19.9 trillion expected global GDP contribution by the year 2030. And I'm still saying that this number will also grow further, because AI's curve is, beyond expectation, and the way that AI is evolving and the kind of fields that it is touching. And one of the most important things to note here is that particularly health sector and the sector of law are the most affected sectors with artificial intelligence, and the working of health sector and the working of the legal sector is going to change dramatically with the introduction of artificial intelligence. The global, market data forecast says that global AI in healthcare market is right now valued at about $16.61 billion in 2024 actually, and it is expected to grow to $421.18 billion by 2032. And this is just AI for healthcare. No other area within healthcare or no other area touched by AI. Just where the two, the Venn diagram actually is intersecting. So AI with healthcare, this is about 16.61 billion right now. And if it is going to be 421.18 billion by 2032, you can imagine the rate of exponential growth which will be expected in the coming few years, and every year how the market will be growing and how much of a market potential this is. So, you know that AI is also going to take away a lot of jobs, and basically the jobs that are going to be taken away will be of those people who are not AI aware. So I don't think anybody sitting in this audience has that problem, because you already have taken a step to understand AI. And, I think that if you keep on this path, inshallah, you're in the safe waters. Next, please. So if you look at the AI global market size, so it's the compound annual growth rate. I already told you the numbers. And the compound annual growth rate, if you look at those numbers, like for example, 16.61 billion in the year 2024 to 421.18 billion in 2032. So if you linearly project it, and I strongly believe that it will not be linear, it will be more than this. It will be, if not completely exponential, maybe resembling exponential curve. So the curve that if you assume it linear growth, in that case, the compound annual growth rate is around 49.8%. So as I said that because AI in healthcare market is one of the major markets affected by AI, so the healthcare market, this is why in healthcare market you see that the growth rate is actually more than the growth rate of AI overall around the world. Next, please. So if you look at particularly the segment that I'm going to talk about today, because in Pakistan, a lot of people are developing AI-based products. People are developing software. A lot of things are being done, but the main problem is how you take them through clinical trials, and then how do you actually put them into the market. This is one. And number two, if there are products which are not AI products, they're not software products, how does AI help in their clinical trials? So that also aspect we'll touch on. So this is global AI-based clinical trial solution provided by the market. If you look at that, so it was US $2 billion in the year 2023, and it is expected to go to 17.95 billion US dollars by the year 2034. So this is just the market for AI-based clinical trial solution. As I said, that this encompasses not just clinical trials of the software tools being made, which are in themselves AI powered. Actually, this involves other products of AI. For example, if you're making a stent, for instance, or you're making a, any other kind of, you're making a new kind of diagnostic machine, let's say a handheld MRI machine, inshallah, in the future someday. Right now, of course, there's no such thing as that. Let's say a new invention is there and you want to try it. Just like the ultrasound is there right now, if you want to try it in the future somewhere, so the clinical trials that will be done, so that machine itself may be or may not be using AI to that extent, but its clinical trials may still involve AI for the assessment of the working of that machine and to assess the accuracy of what kind of output it's bringing. So the global AI-based clinical trial solution provider market, it has, the CAGR, the compound annual growth rate of about 22.1%. Next, please. So if you look at the AI and ML applications in the clinical trials, which areas, for example, and how does, the clinical trial actually take place? So, first of all, there is, if you look at, for example, the various steps, there is, for example, the different aspects in which AI is contributing. So you have the regulatory submission after you made the product. So you actually, make the regulatory submission. There is the study design and the study setup, the protocol that you write. This is before that, and things are, of course, some sort of trial, for example, when it's going to take place at the hospital. So first of all, there is regulatory submission, and you submit some drafts for that as well about the study design and everything that you're going to do. Then there is data analysis based on that, which has, the data analysis and the interim analysis as well. And then the data management, the smart queries, the medical coding, the quality management, all sorts of things in there. Then there is trial management, which is also being done by AI. And of course, in the middle, there is supply management, for the kind of, equipment and stuff that you will be using, and the data, for example, which pipeline the data will be following. And finally, there is the study setup and the study design for the particular trials in the particular areas. I will tell you in the next slides that, for example, sometimes AI actually suggests, when you do the regulatory submission, it actually suggests to you that in order to undertake the clinical trials, you have to do it in this area or that area based on the demographics, or the kind of clinical trial that you've done, or the kind of patients that have come to you. So sometimes it will tell you that you are getting all the patients of this one kind of category, and other kind of category you are not getting, right? So you need to broaden the scope of the clinical trials. So basically, this is an AI-assisted clinical trial, how it actually takes place, and we'll show you by some of the examples how each step here in this diagram, this is actually using AI. Next, please. So some of the examples where AI, for example, has been used. So first of all, the regulatory documents and INDs, which was the top left actually. So AI accelerates the creation of regulatory documents and investigational new drug applications by synthesizing vast data sources, ensuring compliance and streamlining approvals. So one of the examples is that Manas AI, co-founded by the Reid Hoffman and his counterparts who are working. So utilizes AI to to analyze the extensive biological data, extending the drug discovery procedures, and potentially streamlining the creation of regulatory documents and investigational new drug applications. So sometimes, for instance, when you're even preparing the application, it can give you tips. For example, previous people who have done similar stuff, so how are they doing it? What kind of process they have put together? So this you should not completely, if it's an AI generated one, your IRB will not let you work on it. Right. So I am also on the IRB of several hospitals. So if, for example, it's a completely computer generated version, it's not very encouraging for the IRB. But at least AI can give you an idea about what the steps are and what other people are doing. And now with the AI tools, especially the large language models and the generative AI tools, you're in a better position to compose a better, like you would say, the protocols and the design procedure and everything. So this brings us to protocol generation actually. So generative AI drafts clinical study protocols using literature, past trials, and medical databases, expediting trial initiation. As I said, that IRBs usually do not encourage that you generate it using generative AI only and make a draft with that and just submit it like that. But at least the generative AI with its comprehensive search capabilities will give you an idea about what sort of literature is relevant, how the past trials have been done, and you can, after doing multiple searches like we used to do with Google as well, asking different questions to the AI and grabbing output from it, you can actually compose your trial. So this has been published by Nature as well, and researchers are employing artificial intelligence to draft clinical trial protocols by analyzing vast data sets from previous studies and medical literature, thereby accelerating the trial initiation process. So you'll be able to make more comprehensive protocols which were likely to have less problems later if, for example, you use this protocol generation with artificial intelligence. Next, please. And Harold Sun, for example, states that AI provides patient trial matching by analyzing demographics, genetics, and medical history, enhancing recruitment and success rates. So example is, this website diagnose.io has developed an AI tool called Rhino Map that matches patients with appropriate treatments for respiratory conditions based on their unique biological data, enhancing patient selection for clinical trials. So let me give you an idea. For example, a patient comes into a doctor, and a doctor is of course very experienced and he's seen a number of patients. But in medical science, it's up to the doctor's understanding, his perception about, for example, various aspects and how much knowledge, how many variables the doctor can process in his mind at one point in time. Then there are results of, for example, MRIs or blood work or others that they can actually use to better make their assessment better and make their conclusion more fortified. But what AI can do is that it can actually look through what sort of treatments have been handed to people of certain, for example, genetic background or certain medical history. And if, for instance, somebody who has a certain medical condition, has there been any other patient in other places in the world with similar conditions, and what kind of output they have actually experienced when a certain treatment was done on them. So in that case, for example, AI can be critically helpful. And there is actually, I remember that in one of the conferences held in the Pak China Center here in Islamabad, so there was a tool of IBM Watson, which is doing precisely this. And they were actually showcasing it here in Pakistan as well. So this kind of tool, especially, for example, in a situation like COVID, when new treatments are emerging and a lot is not known, and you are quickly grappling to hand out the best treatment, in that case it is most useful. But even other than that, you see, this actually opens up the door towards precise diagnosis, precision diagnosis. For instance, if somebody has a headache, so one tablet of Panadol, is it necessary that we always give one tablet of Panadol, or can it be half tablet or 3/4, or by weight we could determine? So based on that particular person, if he or she is wearing, let's say, a smartwatch, you have his heart rate variability and his SpO2 and other background, and if, for example, the other conditions, and now the smartwatches have his sleep monitored, they have their ECG as well if they want. So all this information, if on the daily basis it is there, and a new condition comes up, maybe you can use AI to better assess, for example, what is the requirement with this person's VO2 max and stuff like that. You measure all of that and you give a precise diagnosis. So Harold Sun has reported this kind of development as well. So signal safety prediction, the artificial intelligence predictive AI models predict potentially safe concerns, reducing adverse effects. And example is that CSL is developing, is leveraging AI to predict how infectious agents cause damage, which aid in identifying potential safety concerns early in the drug discovery process. Next, please. So the next one is digital twins for personalized medicine. So this I already, I think, in part touched on it, that, for example, when you're wearing a smartwatch and, for example, it is collecting data about that particular person, So in the future that we're heading to, maybe instead of trying the medicine on the person directly, you can try the medicine in a simulation on the digital twin of the patient, right? And basically you see the effect of the medicine, what it does to the patient by giving it to the digital model. And once the output is there, then you decide what dose and what medicine to give to the real human. So you see, as an engineer, for example, myself, I have an engineering background. So in engineering, for example, when we build a bridge, and a bridge is a lot less complex compared to a human being. So when we build a bridge, for example, or when we're building Burj Khalifa, or when you're building a machine, you're building a new car, there are thousands and thousands of trials, on simulations before you try anything on any living being at all. There are whole movements about, for example, even animal trials that they're, for example, very, very cruel and stuff like that. A lot of, I'm not naming any brand, but a lot of brands, for example, boast that they don't use animal trials for their, even the skincare products and stuff. So the time that we're heading to, digital twins will actually give you virtual patient models to work on and simulate treatment outcomes, improving, efficacy prediction and the risk assessment. And for example, this will be beneficial for trials as well, because right now we're talking from the point of view of clinical trials, and also it can add a layer in the clinical trials that before you go to humans, before you go to animals, maybe let's go and try it on digital twin models as well. Also, the post-approval safety and efficacy monitoring. So artificial intelligence enhances, the pharmacovigilance by detecting adverse agents, adjudicating safety concerns, and analyzing real-world efficacy data. And AI is being utilized to monitor patient adherence during clinical trials with tools like, like smartphone alerts and electronic tracking, etc. I'll show you some of these tools that we have also developed in Pakistan, and what kind of tools you need this kind of alerts, and especially for diseases which require regular management. You see, like diabetes, like heart conditions and stuff like that. So in that case, if some circumstances are observed, the patient can be given an alert that, maybe they need to do some intervention. And for that, or this maybe needs to be referred to a medical doctor. And for that, this kind of safety and efficacy monitoring procedures can be inbuilt in the product itself, and a lot of devices like this can become common in the future. And if you want to do clinical trial and get the feedback in the field, for example, for patient adherence, so this kind of tools can be useful. Next, please. So then there is the FDA's risk assessment, AI risk assessment framework, and AI's role in clinical research aligns with the FDA guidelines, emphasizing model credibility, decision impact, and regulatory compliance. Just recently when I switched to Apple Watch, and just from another smartwatch before I changed to Apple Watch now, and I found out that in Pakistan, even the FDA-approved ECG does not work if you directly configure it with a Apple phone, iPhone that you're using here in Pakistan. You have to first go to another region where the FDA compliance is there, and then bring it here, right? So many organizations, including the FDA, are far ahead, in terms of legalizing the model credibility, for example, the decision impact. And for example, if you want to do this kind of diagnosis with ECG, if it can be on the wrist of a person and he can directly take the ECG with just touch of his finger on one of the dials of the machine. So I think that we need to learn something from their guidelines and improve the clinical trials process here. And FDA has been able to do it with this AI. So artificial intelligence has a critical role in this, and if the clinical trial design actually comes into Pakistani RAP as well, so maybe in the future we are looking at maybe a lot of devices which will be worn by people directly and used with artificial intelligence. So also transforming drug development, this streamlines site selection, study design, and safety monitoring, leading to faster, more precise, and patient-centric clinical trials. So MIT Jameel Clinic has utilized AI to discover new antibiotics, demonstrating AI's capability to revolutionize drug development by expediting the identification of effective compounds. Next, please. There are several more use cases. I've just given you a few. Let me now give you a glimpse of the sort of work that is underway with us and what kind of stuff we are doing. First of all, I'll introduce about the center and tell you about, because of course, like we have also, all of us, I've been working in Pakistan. This is my 16th year after PhD that I'm a part of NUST, and we've all been working for a long time and developing things in the lab. But how do the things in the lab differ from the things in the field? and what's the pipeline usually for that, and how we undertake that. So National Center of Artificial Intelligence, first of all, is a distributed center, has a distributed structure. It is made on a consortium model, and the 9 labs in 6 public sector universities which are part of the center have been selected on competitive grounds on the basis of their previous work done and assessed by HEC and Planning Commission for over a period of 18 to 19 months. So from 2016 to 2018 there is the evaluation period, and in 2018 there was the inauguration, and then we have one of the small PC1s from the government of Pakistan to actually make the center, and the center is now established and working. Next please. So this is the distribution of the labs. You can see that, for example, some of the labs we have are directly focused towards medicine. For example, the Medical Imaging and Diagnostics Lab at ComSat University, the Intelligent Information Processing Lab at UT Peshawar also does medicine-related work. The Intelligent Criminology Lab, though directly not related to this, but they also do some work. And the Neurocomputation Lab in NED UT Karachi also has work on medicine. Other than this as well, in NUST also, the Deep Learning Lab has its own tools. It has developed its own EEG devices as well. A lot of algorithms it has worked on. And, actually in NUST, there is, in the head office, which you see in the center, there is a team called the System Integration Team. So wherever, for example, tools are being developed, a lot of them are being put together, integrated into products, and their QA and system analysis is being done, at the system integration team in the NCA head office, which you see in the center. And a lot of, for example, the development, the indigenous development, which has been done for the first time at the head office as well. So I'll show you some of the products in the next slides. And you see on the left also that we have partnered up with several private universities as well. So for example, the AI in vascular disease management product, for example, which we have developed, this is in collaboration with Tim's Hospital and Saint Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Medical University. This is, of course, a government university. So for FAST, for example, with FAST Lahore, actually, Dr. Hamad Naveed is the PI of this project with FAST, and AID Path is the project that he has been working on. So he was in Islamabad first, then he went to Lahore. So, and the project is now located with FAST Lahore. The AI cardiac monitoring system we have developed, which is, from the Air University, on-chip epilepsy predictor developed by LUMS. This is also NCAI. It is one of our projects funded by us, partnered by us. And several others like rapid detection of pathogens using graphene transistors as the biosensors developed by PF Heat. They are located in Karachi, inshallah. So and a lot of other products than this. I'll show you the products in a few moments. So this is just the ecosystem and the people working on the medical devices. So just giving credit where it's due that this is the whole big team working with me, not me alone, who are actually responsible for this kind of output. Next, please. So far, the products that we've developed and the work that we've done, the funding that has crossed through our account, that has actually come into our account and has contributed to some of the development and products that have been deployed to the field. In the past about four and a half years, I guess, we have actually generated about 1,143 million plus in the research funding and the product development funding, which has gone through our account. This includes both from private sector and some from government sectors and funding agency as well. And of course, international funding. Next, please. So we are contributing with the Ministry of Planning and Development in the AI task force, and healthcare is a whole sector. If you look at the 12 sectors, in the bottom part of the slide, so you see that after foundation, infrastructure, and governance, healthcare is the top priority. Actually, so we are in touch with several hospitals and other organizations and working closely with them. Next, please. So we also have the benefit of having a supercomputer at NUS. So we use this regularly for basically our algorithms, the ones we developed, and this is being used commercially as well. Next, please. So, and a lot of spin-offs that we have produced. So there are around 38 spin-offs, companies that we've generated. Some of the new logos of newly formed companies, there was one registered the day before yesterday, is not here yet. So I think that with the new number, it will go around 39 or 40, inshallah. And we have a lot of international partners. Next, please. Giving you an idea before we proceed to the products, I was saying from the beginning of the presentation that testing something in the lab and then taking it to the market has several steps. So these are the steps that are there basically. That first of all, once these are the technology readiness levels, basically the TRLs, the famous TRL diagram. And first of all, TRL1 is when, for example, you work on the basic principles and you establish the basic principles of a device and you prove it, like you make it in concept. So this is when the technology concept and the first prototypes are put together. This is TRL level 2, and then the experimental proof of concept comes in the TRL level 3. Most of the academic research goes up till the point 3, as noted internationally. Some of it goes until TRL level 4 as well, where technology gets validated in the lab, right? So validation in the lab means that you have to actually do trials and a lot of, for example, with animal testing and stuff like that, and you have to actually more than the experimental proof of concept, because in the experimental proof of concept, the prototype is already there, it is already being tried on some particular cases, and with the technology validation means that it has to be a more extensive trial actually, and most of the time it requires presence of an industrial partner. So TRL level 4, 5, and 6 are actually the death valley, where ideas go to die, because no industry actually picks them up maybe after 3. So if an idea doesn't get successfully picked up by a partner, then the problem is that its validation cannot be done easily. So this is very important that, technology validation in the lab, then technology validation in relevant environment, and then technology demonstrated in relevant environment, not just validated, but demonstrated in terms of its effectiveness in the relevant environment. So for example, and then in the TRL level 7, you go to system prototype demonstration in operational environment. For example, there is a system that you want to put in the field, and now the system is integrated into the field, and the field trial, takes place. For example, some of the planes that are flying with artificial intelligence. So these planes, for example, when they'll be flying in the air, and they'll be actually working in the operational environment beyond the lab, and what kind of output they are giving, it is being monitored while it is in action, right? And then the system is complete and qualified. Ultimately, you give the qualification, and then the actual system proven in operational environment with full integration and all its features. So with our center, the key point is that some of our products have reached technology readiness level 9, and they're deployed and operational right now in the field. So I'll give you some example before I show you some of the medical prototypes and stuff that we are working on now and what stage of clinical trial they are. Next, please. So this is one example. Our Safe City product, for instance, I think in Karachi in particular, it will be of a big use for you. And I've talked to a lot of management in Karachi and introduced this product to them if they want to introduce it. And we can eliminate completely the street crime from any city where this kind of system actually comes in. All they have to do is to actually get up and get this kind of system working in their environment, and this can eliminate the crime there. So in Lahore, the system is working right now. Lahore, Kasur, and Kalasha Kaku, 3 cities integrated together, working from one center in Lahore, and this has face recognition, vehicle detection, number plate detection, and a lot of other advanced features. And this works across 10,000 cameras, and it has several unique algorithms, and it has databases of, for example, animal carts as well, local chingchi rickshaws as well. So it's a very foolproof kind of system, and we've taken the compute also. We have methods to reduce the compute. We can dynamically change the bandwidth of the city in terms of how many cases need to be monitored in which place, and this is why it's a very comprehensive and very popular system which has been deployed there. Also in the city of Mardan, which is the second biggest city of the KPK province, this system is deployed and working effectively. The system deployed in Lahore and the system developed in Mardan are slightly different from each other, but they are both TRL level 9. They have been tested in the lab, they have been tested in the field, and now they are deployed on commercial basis in the respective cities. And with Madan, there was one-time deployment. Of course, it was a paid project. And with Lahore, initially it was not a paid project, but now there is some maintenance costs associated with it as well. So both of these are working on a proper commercial basis accepted by the relevant authorities. This is just to give you an idea about, how, for example, we are making products and taking them to the field, and how, the National Center is different, because National Center has the experience of taking products from lab to the market and deploy them in the field. The solutions I'm showing you, of course, all of them start in the lab, but ultimately there is a whole pipeline and process by which it actually goes into the field. So we are like an industry sitting inside a university. Next, please. So this is another product which is TRL level 9. This is for training of soldiers. Blue collar training is actually a major issue for a lot of industries. And recently we have done another project for sailors for Norway actually. So for Norway, Germany, Italy, and UK, there was a joint project, and Malaysian and Chinese partners were also there. We were there from Pakistan, funded by Horizon 2020, and we made a training system for sailors in there. We are developing several simulation environments for surgeons as well. But the reason I'm showing you this environment in particular is that this is again, it has already reached TRL level 7 and 8. And TRL level 9 is expected by this July, because the final field deployment is going to take place and then it will be tested, in the field at that time. So right now, its field trials are running in NUST. The product is deployed in NUST, and people are wearing it and trying it, and the actual professionals are using it. So this will be extremely helpful in law enforcement. What this does is that it actually has simulation of various environments in which terrorist attacks actually take place on the law enforcement people. Some terrorist group around them or try to attack them, or they have to rescue a hostage or something like that. So how that kind of operation will take place, this kind of thing is very difficult. This kind of close combat is very difficult to do actually in the field, and the closest solution actually, which is less in technological level than us, costs around 250 million US dollars. And a lot of US Army, UK Army, they're using it. And our system, which we've designed here in Pakistan, is, not even it's a very small percentage of the kind of system that actually they deploy there. So if you want a quote for that, or if you want to develop another simulation-based system for training for any kind of medical work you can do, I personally know for a fact, and I've interacted, and my friends in WHO and others, they tell me what kind of the digital twins and simulation work they are doing over there. So there's a lot of potential for this kind of thing in medical science too. Next, please. So this is media tracking. I'll monitoring, for example, the text that is written, the faces that are coming, and whatever is being said and whatever is written on the screen that gets automatically noted down. I'll proceed to the medical cases quickly, so that I don't bore you. Next, please. This is another one system we have made for the judiciary of Pakistan. I think this is relevant to the medical side because, for example, the same way that the database search is done with the judiciary, that, for example, a certain symptoms or certain case is entered and it actually matches with the other relevant cases and, what the outcome was in those cases. So in this case also, it's a very smart case search system. That if, for example, there is one data set, one database with HIPAA compliance and HL7 and everything, and for example, you enter that a patient has come and he has this condition, so it can quickly match up with the relevant patient and give it to you. So we are building this kind of a system with voice command, basically for a bank as well these days. So a lot of potential is there if you want to use it for the medical side as well, and even patients can also use it, though we would not encourage it. We would want them to come to the doctors, but this can at least make their search more predictable. Instead of just randomly search on Google, this will at least look at their particular symptoms and give them their particular advice which is relevant to their particular cases. Next, please. Or at least the hospital can refer them to the right doctor, because patients many times don't know which doctor to go to. So this can also be the outcome. It can be tailored accordingly. So coming to the medical projects, our umbrella project for medical diagnostics projects in AI is called the Digital Human Project. Digital Human Project, these are glimpses of some of the things that are there in Digital Human, and Digital Human has a lot more products than just this. So on the left, so this integrates a lot of medical technologies made by different people who are located in NCI in different labs, and a lot of part of this is also made in the center as well. So on the left, there is BrainWiz, which is the brain MRI segmentation application. What's good for you to know is that even this black interface, the DICOM viewer, it is developed from scratch by our team. Actually, there are two different DICOM viewers that our team has developed, and it has AI-based diagnosis built into that as well. This same DICOM viewer is used for different kind of DICOM, different kind of radiographs, and for MRI, for CT scans, for X-rays, and you can do it for pulmo and others. Even it's not here. So right now on the screen, you see brain MRI segmentation, you see pulmonary diagnosis system encompassing TB, asthma, COPD, this pneumonia, and a lot of other conditions, even COVID-19, etc. Tashkhis is for breast cancer detection, this algorithm, and then there is thalassemia screening device as well. This has been made by our lab in Peshawar. The other three are being made in Islamabad. This one is made in Peshawar. On the right, the vascular arterial surgical planning system again in Islamabad. This is with PIMS right now, and they're trying it. And there are several other algorithms. Before I move to the device on the right, I'll tell you that the Digital Human System basically project has solutions for fundus images. It has for retina scans. There is one system in which we collaborated with the Istanbul Diagnostic Center, and in this we made a system for spinal cord deformations and assessing that as well. There are other systems which look at dermatology, for instance. So, for example, skin diseases and even stress detection. And in stress, voice intonation is one thing. And we're even using large language models to look at the choice of words in order to assist with the diagnosis. We also have a prototype system which actually writes down the reports. And it actually has report in two formats. One format which is better for the doctor's understanding, the other format which is better for the patient's understanding. And recently, Deloitte was engaged by Meta because we used Llama at the back of this, and Meta engaged Deloitte to do a survey, and they assessed a lot of our products in which we are using large language models. And this particular product for the report generation was actually picked up by Deloitte and Meta to write a case study on how this is being done. And so when it gets published by Deloitte, inshallah, we can share it with you as well. On the right, you see a very unique new generation of system on the rightmost. This is the on-chip epilepsy predictor for chronic neurological disorders. And this is a wearable system that you can wear on your ear. And this looks at the prefrontal cortex, basically two small electrodes going on the prefrontal cortex. And what this does is that if the epilepsy seizure is going to occur, so it warns you a little in advance. So when we started working on epilepsy itself, LUMS and basically NUST were working together on this. So we have joint papers on this back in 2011 as well. And recently, this device was funded by NCI and was developed by one of the researchers in LUMS, actually, and this is the device that is the output. So it's a wearable device. It is the AI on microchip. So the AI assessment and everything takes place on the small IC, which is inside this wearable device that you see on the right. Next, please. So some of our partners, we have a lot more partners than this, and thanks to all of them for collaborating with us. And without them, we cannot accomplish any of this research. Next, please. So this is the AI in tourism project. This was the other project selected by Meta actually for this kind of, I've given it as a reference that this is just another project which is related in terms that Meta actually selected two products for the survey for the case study. This is the second one, not directly related to medical science, but it can have a lot of role in development of VR. You can get an idea that we have this kind of thing. Next, please. This is for AI for education. I think we're out of time, so let's proceed further. This is AI for education. If you want courses to be designed for medical professionals, we can do with that. We organize a lot of events in which you can see these products that I've shown you in person, and you can meet the innovators who are actually developing these products. And we would really like to invite you. NCI has been and is the focus of a lot of national as well as international personalities, and you see the topmost people in the country. You see, leading figures from international world coming to us, and we welcome you. Please visit us, inshallah, and have a look at these products in person as well. And I'll show you our contact information at the last slide. Next, please. We do a lot of training as well. So come to the next slide. This is just the a lot of policy making, and the one before. So we offer a lot of trainings as well. So for example, if you're a medical doctor and you want to take up training in how AI is used in medical diagnostics, or for example, if you're for example, an engineer who wants to learn to apply AI for medical diagnostics, or you're a computer science professional, then the AI MD training, the second last from the bottom. This one basically is for you. This is a new training actually, which we have recently developed in collaboration with several. I've been given a lot of talks and lectures to various, sources in Shifa, in Akhan, here in NUST, in various places in Pakistan and abroad as well. Some talks in China on. We have done some work around 800 therapies we did for this with robots and technological devices for autism. So this the AI MD basically gives you an idea about how this AI for medical diagnosis can be applied, and you can become part of this. Other than that, for technology leaders, there is AI for leaders, which is the topmost actually, which is the actually training in which most of the time grade 20 and above officers are participating. So it's a very senior level, serving generals, senior bureaucrats, CEOs of companies you will find in the AI for leaders. So this some batches have taken place. Another batch is expected in August, inshallah. So CIP, the fifth batch is, I think the information in this slide is old. So the fifth batch is about to be launched. Now the fourth batch is all the registrations have already taken place, and this has already kind of closed, and the fifth batch is now underway. And the registrations are now underway. So the CIP is most popular in terms of if you want to do hands-on practice or learning with AI, then this is the most popular actually. So next, please. And a lot of our collaborators, next please. So, thank you very much. If you want to get in touch with me, this is the QR code. You can scan this and you can connect with me online as well, inshallah. And it will be a pleasure to work together if you have a good idea in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yasser, for this nice presentation and informative session. If you want to ask any question from Dr. Yasser, anybody from audience? Yes, please. Yes, please come here.
Walaikum salam. Sir, cost and data security.
Yeah.
These are the problems in the health sector. How can we overcome?
So I think that when, for example, you buy something from abroad, like for example, I'll give you some idea that when you purchase systems from abroad. So recently, in the safe city sector, two of the safe city projects were presented to us. In one safe city, we cut the cost by 1 billion Pakistan rupees. In the second one, we cut the cost by 2 billion Pakistan rupees. So let me tell you that if you want to develop something locally, a system which is reliable and of a good level and deployable and made in Pakistan for you, this will have a lot less cost compared to the foreign systems. And if you become part in developing of this system as well, then you can earn from that later on as well.
Thank you.
And of course, for data security, you can use HIPAA compliance. Or if you're more, conscious than that, with more security, just like the safe cities, you can actually have the system offline, and you can basically do it with intranet. Basically, your whole high performance computer and data center can be offline as well. Because the AI algorithms that we use don't require, any, because we can completely deploy it offline without the requirement of any other, international medium like AWS or something like that. If you have your own SAN, if you have your own high performance system, the system will not be on the internet. So how come it will be hacked?
Yes, any other question, please? Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Yar.
Thank you very much. Inshallah, it's my pleasure to speak to you, and I hope you all enjoyed the talk. Looking forward to stay connected. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Allah Hafiz. Now, I would like to request all our guests and participants to move towards the dining area. Upstairs, first floor, lunch has been organized for all the participants and guests, speakers. We will resume here at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone. Now we have another online session. I would like to invite our next speaker, Professor Dr. Rabi Ramadan. He's a professor in the field of computer science. He's received his master's and PhD degree from Southern Methodist University, Dallas, Texas. He has work experience of more than 27 years in teaching and research. He also has industrial experience as the executive manager for software development companies for more than 10 years. His research interests are in the field of artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, mobile computing, and computational intelligence. He's leading various research groups in the field of IoT and computational intelligence. Professor Ramadan is the author of more than 140 journal and conference articles in the field of his research interests. He also served as a journal chair, co-chair, and technical program committee member for several conferences and journals. Now I request Professor Ramadan to please present his work. Yes, over to you, Professor Ramadan.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. And I would like to thank you all for attending this session. I would like also to thank the organizers for this workshop. I will just start by sharing my slide. Okay. Okay. Can you see it now? Your screen is showing. Can you see my screen, please?
Sorry, no.
Okay. Stop share this one. Sorry for that. Sure. I cannot unshare, so. Problem sharing. It's not responding, so.
Dr. Ravi, could you kindly share the screen again?
Yeah, I'm trying to share it, but it is not responding. Okay, let me share again. Let me share the whole screen. Okay.
Yes, now it is visible.
Okay. So thank you so much. I will just turn off this video so you can hear me well. Okay. Just this talk is just to talk about the clinical decision support systems, and the main purpose of this talk. Yeah, the main purpose of this talk is just to know what is the clinical decision support systems, how these systems are built, what are the structures of such systems, and also we'll talk about some of the case studies related to the clinical decision support systems. Then finally, we'll go to the future VI in clinical decision support system. Then we'll conclude. So I'll be very light. I know you're just coming from the lunch, so I will be very light, and I hope I will not take that much of the time. And if we look at the world now, that there are some crises in healthcare, that there are every 15 minutes, there is what is called a preventable medical error that it changed lives forever. Preventable medical error, that means mistakes in healthcare related to maybe paperwork, maybe related to the systems, related to the safety measures, and so on. Those medical errors might cause life disasters or infection to people. So every 15 minutes, there is a disaster like this happen. So imagine you go to a hospital and they ask you just to fill some papers at the beginning and take maybe half an hour, or the waiting list is too much, and so on. So this is what we call a preventable medical error. And those preventable medical errors that may cause too much or, injury or harm. So the shocking reality that in US by itself, where there's healthcare systems, there's 400,000 patients harmed annually because of this. And they cost $20 billion for preventable cost. And it is the third leading cause of death, actually, this preventable errors. And one error every 15 minutes, as I mentioned. So this is the shocking reality in healthcare. And with the new technology and decision-making, this is healthcare decision-making system, we can go much better in that. So before the CDSS or clinical decision making systems, the diagnosis error was 15%, and now we are in a 4% diagnostic error. Inappropriate alerts was 95%. Today is just 20. And there are too much money spent on that, $75 million. That is actually reduced to 25 million. This is we call it ADE, adverse drug event. And here is the reality, the snapshot from 2024 and 2025. If you look at this, the market grows. Actually, with disasters in healthcare, here it comes the technology companies and the benefits as well. So the market grows for decision support systems or healthcare systems in all. The market size and growth in 2024 was 5.79 billion. That's globally. And in 2025, this increased to projected actually because we still in 2025 to 6.36 billion, and it's expected in 2030 to be raised to 10.7, almost $11 billion. And the growth is expected to be 11% in this field from 2025 to 2030. So there is a potential market for the healthcare applications. And if we look at regionally, we can look at North America, for example, they take a share of this market with almost 43%. Then followed by Asia Pacific, then Europe after that. So those are the regional leaders in healthcare systems or healthcare decision support systems, let's say. So this market growth or those numbers in front of you says that we have a potential to develop software application using the current advanced technology like AI and augmented reality, like the previous speaker was talking about. So those tells us that there is a potential in this field. But let's define what is a clinical decision support system. If we define the clinical decision support system based on the literature, we can find it says that health information technology that provides healthcare professionals where patient-specific assessment and recommendation. So I think we all in the field of education, and usually we say the student is our customer and we need a personalized learning, a personalized teaching. The same thing that applies to healthcare, we need a personalized assessment to patients, a personalized patient system, so that assess the specific patient cases and monitor them, as well as give some recommendation to enhance the clinical decision support system. If you look at the decision support system, it is not a new, but there are three key elements of decision support system. One, we call it knowledge base, and the second is inference engine, and the third is user inference. So the knowledge base is just the clinical guidelines, the evidence-based medicine, and so on. This is the data. And the inference engine, those are the core algorithms that use to process the patient data. And the user inference, which is the integration with the user interface and the workflow systems. So those are the three key elements of any decision support system. And a good, let's see, a brilliant physician assistant, because this cannot be done by human, a brilliant physician assistant or clinical assistant that never sleeps or get tired. Also, he has to read every medical journal published in order to give a recommendation, and also remember case by case and patient by patient. Also, they can calculate the drug interactions in milliseconds, and they can give a recommendation at the right time, perfect advice at the right time. This actually, the professionals cannot do that, but the assistant or decision-making system can do that. And here, the core functions of any clinical decision support system could be alerting and reminding, diagnosing assistant, or maybe can work on treatment recommendations and medication management. Those are the core functions of any clinical decision support system. And if we look at the decision support system levels in action, because those are the common levels of action: alerting, for example, and interpreting, critiquing, assisting, and diagnosing. Those are the 6 levels. So alerting means the system will just give some alert, like critical alert. For example, it says patient allergic to penicillin. So the system has to take care of that. Or interpreting, that is like for example, lab values suggest acute kidney injury, for example. So interpret, for example, a medical report or something like that. Critiquing, that means they consider the dose, for example, because this is an old man or old woman, so the system can recommend reducing the dose for these elderly people. Maybe assisting, that recommending starting, for example, ECE inhibitor therapy, for example, or diagnosing, like initial sepsis protocol immediately. So something like that. So those are the 6 levels that any decision support level could have. And I believe with the current advanced technology and AI technology, we can do all of them together. And if we look at the architecture of any decision support system, those are the common levels from the literature. One, we call it patient data from bottom to up, patient data integration. And this is actually all of the patient data. And the patient data, the problem with patient data is not only text or images. It could be mix of all of the types of inputs, like the recording, the healthcare records, the lab results, the imaging. So different types of data, and also could be unstructured and structured data. It could come from IoT devices, the very tiny devices that report some medical conditions. And also the second layer will be a knowledge base. And knowledge base, this is the expert in the middle, where the medical literature is already read, and maybe the clinical guidelines, drug databases, and so on. So this is the knowledge base. And third layer will be inference engine with, this is the smart or the intelligent layer, where the neural network decision trees and maybe image processing and stuff like that, drug databases and pattern recognitions. This is the intelligent layer. Then the clinical recommendation by the end, which is the treatment suggestion and risk assessment and so on. So those are the four layers at the core architecture of decision support systems. And if we look at the market again, in the application market distribution, we can see that the drug safety management takes 25% of this market. And the clinical guidelines also, it takes market share was 23%, risk assessment 16.5%, and workflow optimization 14.8%. Unfortunately, all of us work on the workflow optimization. So we develop systems just to optimize the work for the professionals. But few of us that work on the top levels, like the drug safety management and the clinical guidelines and so on. So based on that, so we suggest that we move as a technology people, we move from the workflow optimization to upper levels, where the market share is much better. So there is an opportunity actually to develop something in drug safety management and clinical guidelines and so on. And there is a case study for Epic. The Epic is a company which has successful story with John Hopkins, target real-time early warning system revolution. And sepsis, that means it is a disease where the immune system overreacts to an infection. So if you get an infection, the immune system will overreact and try to damage your own tissue instead of, or organs, instead of fighting the infection. So this is the dangerous one, where the regular diagnosis will take 6 hours in average, and it costs 250,000 deaths annually, and it costs 24 billion for healthcare. And also, it is one of the leading cause of hospital deaths, because you cannot recognize it if you cannot detect it at early stages, people will die. And the Epic just produce or develop the system to detect sepsis in 6 minutes instead of 6 hours. So look at the technology and how that affects the people's life, from 6 hours to 6 minutes and the detection. So it saves life. This is the system they develop. And the breakthrough results in medical and healthcare in general, or in this case, they tried in 5 hospitals for 2 years, and the detection accuracy was 82% for sepsis case detected early, and the sensitivity was 94%, specificity was 87%, and less 2% false positive rate. From the clinical outcome, 15% mortality reduction, which is too much, 30% fewer admission to ICU, and 45% reduction in organ failure progression, because the immune system, they try to fight the organs, and 98% satisfaction rate for their system. And here's the structure of their technology. It starts with workflow layer, where nurse notification, physician decision support, quality metric, and so on. The second layer for alert layer, which is context-aware alerts, severity-based prioritization, and workflow integrating delivery. Then the data layer, where everything is from the patient, like the vital signs, the lab, the patient record, electronic healthcare record, real-time connectivity. Then the most important part, which play the key role in this technology, is the AI layer, where 35 plus clinical variables analyzed. You know that the AI technology work on the variables, and based on these variables, they can analyze and detect whatever needed. So these are the architecture of TREWS from Epic technology. That leads to the technology breakthrough. As you know, that we started, the decision support system does not start today or last year. It actually started early, where 1970 we have what is called the rule-based system. And rule-based, like if you remember, we used to use F and else statement for rule-based system. Still, there is some rule-based system like fuzzy logic is still working, and there are different types of that. In 1990s, there's what is called the evidence-based integration, where medical literature, databases, clinical practical guidelines already started. In 2000, the health records come into place, electronic health record, and real-time data access, and so on. 2010 started to look at the big data analytics and so on, predictive modeling, risk satisfaction, stratification appears. Started from 2020, the AI and machine learning and deep learning models came into place in computer vision. Starting from 2025, we call it the generative AI era, where large language model came in place. And if you look at the technology used in modern CDSS, that we have the natural language processing, and we have the computer vision, predictive analytics, we have the voice recognition, we have genomic analysis, and we have IoT integration. So if you look at these technology, it is actually multi-disciplinary technology, where natural language processor, if I'm a specialist in natural language processor, I need the computer vision guys to work with me, predictive analytics, and so on. So in order to, this will tell us that is not a one-man show, it is actually a teamwork that has also, of course, there is a need for doctors and so on. So those are the core technologies for modern CDSS. And everyone has its own purpose to be involved. For example, we have a voice recognition for Epic also has something like that. Just to so the system can take just the voice, not only written, and maybe hand-free order entry and so on. And we'll talk about this in one application that we are working on it right now. And in order to develop it, you need 4 phases. The phase 1 is the assessment to the current state of the medical or current state analysis of the hospital and so on, or the system that you are gonna integrate with. Then the foundation, the data infrastructure, the health record, the security framework, team training. And there is one critical issue right now with the technology, with this technology, which is the security. And the previous speaker was talking also about answering one question related to the security framework and stuff like that. So this is one of the issues. And then the core AI features and user feedback and stuff like that, and the continuous learning as well, and the performance tuning. Then the scale and optimization. Those are the 4 phases of developing any decision support system. And as you can see, the last line in every phase, it takes, this is the duration time. So in order to develop one application or one decision support system, it takes from 1 year to 18 months development. This is the basic or the standard or the average time delivery for one application. And we are working in a project that is actually, we spent more than 1 year in it and is still under development. Here are the vendors that lead the world in healthcare systems. Epic Systems, and it has a market share 35% with 4.2 billion. However, this is the 4.2 billion annual revenue. And also the Oracle, he has 25% market share, but their revenue is much more than Epic as well. Then IB Watson, it was a big deal in some time, and it is AI powered oncology system, and the acquisition value is 1.3 billion. And also we have Philips Healthcare, and they have 8 billion health tech revenue for this one. If you look at the efficiency or customer satisfaction for every one of them, the Epic is the most satisfiable decision support system in this field. That's why it has the 35% market share. And so those are the key players in the healthcare decision support system that we have nowadays. Here is another case study, which is, we call it Mayo Clinic AI cardiology. And this is actually related to heart care, and it used deep learning inside it. And the idea for cardiology challenge that we have, the diagnostic accuracy was 85%, and it takes to interpret this one, the heart rate and stuff like that, the cardiology in general, to interpret it, it takes 45 minutes. And also the missed events is up to 15%. So with the current systems or AI technology, the accuracy reaches 96%, and the interpretation is just 8 minutes, and the missing events was 4%. One thing to point here in this slide, that if you look at it, this is the number of life saving. This is in one hospital, and here is the annual savings for the hospital, and here is the revenue for that. Is 300% return on investment in 18 months. So if you look at from the life saving, yes, that is critical, and there are potential in the AI to be used for decision support systems. But if you are in the field of marketing, actually there are much more potential gaining revenue in this field. Cleveland Clinic Medical Safety Story, also they work on one of the medication application, and the problem that was 1.3 million medications ordered annually, and the mistake or error in these orders was 8%. So that means 104,000 orders, so potential errors. That costs 75 million loss. And there was 12 preventable medication deaths because of that. In 2080, I don't know the figure yet. Then the system came into place with a 3 phases implementation, like smart alerting and machine learning risk assessment and workflow integration, automated verification. The green ones here are the indicators that saved 50 million annual cost. And also look at the figure here is very, very high, which is 400% return on investment over 3 years. And the error rate reduced to 1.2 from 8%. And the cost reduced to 25 million. So 67% reduction and 0 deaths. So this is the one case, another case study. Google DeepMind, another radiology AI. This is based in UK, and also it is used. It is based on medical imaging analysis across multiple hospitals. And here are the figures as well. Diagnostic accuracy 94%, 0.5%, and also they can detect the skin cancer and maybe real-time abnormality detection in medical scans and so on. So this is another case study. Kinbiotics, this is in Germany. Sepsis antibiotic selection, again, is similar to EPIC, but this is used in EI for antibiotic therapy selection for sepsis, especially the cases in ICUs. Again, they fight, they address the antimicrobial resistance through target therapy. This is another case study. There are many case studies in New Zealand, in Spain, in China, and US, and 6 implemented systems across 4 countries. This is for diagnosis support, treatment recommendation, and complication predictions, many of them. I will just conclude with Lahore case study. There was a paper published, I think in 2024 or 2023. I don't remember exactly. But we developed through investigation of 8 outpatient facilities in Lahore. And the study period was from 2022 to 2023. And they recorded or observed over 200 hours across those facilities, 8 facilities, and over 100 clinical encounters observed as well. And the output generation was personalized diagnosis, assessment, and care plans. This is actually in Lahore that as one of the case studies in medical decision support systems. With this, we can say that the future of AI in clinical decision support system, we have what is called a quantum computing. We came up with a new thing, autonomous medical AI, federated learning, precision medicine, and conversational AI, and edge AI computing. Those are the future technology that can help the decision support systems, and not only in medical, but in every field we can imagine. So those are the current or the considered as, especially the quantum computing is still, yes, under development, but it has a potential. If there is a breakthrough, that will be great advances in the technology. So the current project, I will conclude with this. The current project that we are working on 3 projects. One is related to the sleep medicine. This is both of them. The first 2 with Sultan Qaboos University Hospital, and we call it the sleep medicine, where we can apply the artificial intelligence in the context of blood pressure and potential impact on sleep disorders. And also there's another project like ear infection detection. This is with private hospital and Sultan Qaboos, both of them. So we are trying to develop a decision support system for ear infection detection, early detection for that. And there is another project that we actually developed for other purposes. We develop it for companies. We call it balance-made chatbot. This chatbot was developed for HR and payroll systems at companies. It is already deployed at one of the aluminum company, where the chatbot can not exactly replace, but can replace the HR and payroll system maybe by 80%. And we are trying to deploy this system in the medical field as well, to help the professionals and to help the medical team and medical professionals. The idea or the challenge with this, that the medical knowledge, because the medical knowledge, we are actually experimenting with different medical databases, but still we are suffering with the accuracy of replying to the medical questions. And even we are trying with some certificates that they already doctors try to get. So it is something that we still trying to accomplish in the near future. So those are the three projects that we are currently working on. Those already established, the sleep medicine and ear infection detection, but this one we're still working on that. So if anyone interested to join us in the balance-made chatbot, that is our pleasure to be with us. So with this, I will conclude that there is potential business in EI and clinical decision support system with 80% or 85% error reduction. We can save 40% of the time. The revenue in average is very high in this field, which is 300% return on investment. And the development and application will take only 6 to 12 months in average. So here is one example that the investment cost was $2.5 million in one application, and the revenue in 18 months was 15 million. In 1 year was 15 million for this one. So I talk you in a different perspective, whereas the business on this side. So I will conclude with that, and I'll thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. If you have any question, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Amar.
Thank you.
And nice presentation. If you have any questions from audience. Yes, please come.
You raise your voice, please, because I cannot hear well.
Question, please come.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Sab, you said you are interested in the collaboration of like chatbot development. I'm Adnan Zadi. We are working in lots of conversational AI things and lots of like voice-based clinical and all that thing. So definitely I would be interested in that. So is it the knowledge-based only, or it's a deep learning-based? Just wanted to know the chatbot you are working on, the deep learning or simply knowledge or rule-based?
Well, we are working on a deep learning, yes, but we are also using the large language models for interpreting the data itself. So yes, we use deep learning models because it's part of the clinic or the hospital. At the same time, we use a large language model for interpreting, reporting, because we would like the professionals to type in a natural language and get the result, not medical stuff and stuff like that, and go to systems and menus and stuff like that. So this is the main idea behind the chatbot, is just to access the knowledge without that much complications and so on. So if you have a patient, for example, the professional or a doctor can type something on his computer and get the results right away.
It's in English language, or you have like multilingual board?
So far, we are working in English language, yes.
Okay. So we would be happy to collaborate. Inshallah, I will collaborate.
Yes,
Thank you.
please. You are welcome. Thank you so much.
Yes, any other question from others? Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ramzan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate your invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Muhammad Sadiq Ali Khan. Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan received his PhD degree in computer science from University of Karachi in 2011 and master's degree in computer engineering from Sir University of Engineering and Technology. Currently, he is serving as an associate professor and as a chairman, Department of Computer Science, University of Karachi. He has about 24 years of teaching and research experience. His research areas include AI in health science, cybersecurity, data communication and networks, network security, e-health, mobile development, cybersecurity, cloud computing, cryptography issues, and wireless networks. He is currently a vice chair of IEEE Computer Society, Karachi. He won the 10th Teradata IT Excellence Award in Networks. Now I request Professor Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan to please come and present his work. Yes, Professor Sadiq.
Thank you for my introduction. So today's topic is application of machine learning in health sciences. So what is AI in health sciences? If we talk about the main point, that AI refers to the machine that mimic the human intelligence to analyze data, make some predictions, and automate the task. In health sciences, AI is transforming how we detect the diseases, plan treatments, and manage some patient data. We have some key areas like diagnosis and imaging process there that AI helps in, and drug discovery, as we talked about in the morning as well, consultation, and personalized medicine, robotic surgery, because in near next 5 or 6 years in the future, seeing that case of doctors physically, there is no doctor there in the ICU, in the operation theater, in the robotic arm and robots can do that. Predictive analytics and virtual health. So we are using AI applications and models detecting the diseases and images. And AI also assisted in different kind of surgery, and it predicts patient deterioration in ICUs very accurately, and symptom checker. We have some chatbot for early screening of the diseases, and automates the paperwork and management hassle job there in very effectively. If we are talking about the Google, that link node assistant by Google Health, so AI model trained to detect breast cancer threat to 99% accuracy in trials using pathology slides there. It helps pathologists detect micro metastasis missed that by human eye. So AI growth trend in healthcare has shown the increase in AI added the diagnosis and reduction in deaths from 2020 to 2040. As per prediction, in the year 2025. Through the artificial intelligence, diagnostics have 2.6 million, and we avoided the death of 0.75 million. In future, we have predicted in 2040, 3.4 million diagnostics through AI, and about 1 million death avoided. We have lots of benefits of AI in healthcare, that fast, accurate diagnosis, personalized treatment through the AI model and trained systems, reduced doctor fatigue and cost-saving approaches, and access for the remote or rural patients in the area. So, and we have definitely a better health outcome through the AI model. Currently, we have some challenges facing in AI in healthcare, that about the data privacy concern, that is the main concern here. And we have some definite ethical guidelines regarding data, because data is very crucial and significant part in order to train the model and in order to detect and start detecting the disease. And biasness in training the data set is also a key challenge in today's AI and healthcare field, and high cost of implementation, because we have a huge cost, definitely huge in that system there, and lack of trust by medical professionals on the machine and some robotics there. So this is another issue, because people have or want to trust human as compared to the machine. Regulatory and ethical challenges they are facing now, and is also one of the key challenges AI healthcare. So a branch of AI like machine learning concerns with the design and development of algorithms that allows computer to evolve behavior that based on empirical data. It's a field of study that gives computer the ability to learn without being programmed. So ML is one of the most exciting areas for development of computational approaches to automatically make sense of data. Like we have an advantage of machine that can retain the information, become smarter over time. The machine is not susceptible to sleep deprivation and distraction. The information overload and short-term memory loss. A computer program is said to be learned from experience that P with respect to some task T and some performance measure that represented by P, and if its performance on T is measured by P with the experience. Suppose your Android phone system works with some text messages you do or do not mark as a spam, or based on that learn how to better filter the spam in there. If it's classifying the text message as a spam or not spam, and watching you label your message as spam or not spam, this is called an experience. The number of fraction of SMS that correctly classified as spam and not spam, this is measured by the performance. So in a nutshell, if the representation, we have the decision tree here. We have some set of rules, define some logic, do some program. We have some graphical model like Markov chain and Bayesian network. We have some neural network and we have support vector machines. So evaluation towards the accuracy, precision, likelihood. We have some optimization there, that combinatorial optimization. For example, we have some greedy search algorithm in convex optimization to the gradient. In machine learning, we have supervised or unsupervised learning, which we have supervised training data into some desired output. And in unsupervised learning, we have to train the data does not include the desired output. And also we have some cases we use semi-supervised learning. If we apply machine learning to the healthcare sector is being transformed by the ability to record massive amount of information, and machine learning that provides a way to automatically find patterns and reason about it. It enables healthcare professionals to move to personalized care, known as precision medicine. So through the adoption of the electronic health record, is about 80% in 2004 through the usage of the AI. machine learning can improve the accuracy of diagnosis and risk prediction, and it reduces the medication error and adverse event care. It improves the quality of care and population health outcomes while reducing healthcare costs and optimize hospital processes such as resource allocation and patient flow. It also identifies a patient subgroup for personalized and precision medicine, and it discovers new medical knowledge through the clinical guidelines of best practices model. It automates detection of relevant findings in pathology and radiology, etc. And for example, we have to improve the accuracy of diagnosis and risk prediction through the AI model, new method developed for chronic aging risk prediction and visualization. So these methods give clinical a comprehensive view of their patient population, risk level and risk factor, along with the estimated effect of the potential intervention. In automation of the detection of the relevant finding through the pattern detection approach has been successfully applied to detect a region of the interest in digital pathology slides and works substantially well to detect cancer. So it automated detection of anomalies and patterns that find in the pattern images there, especially valuable when the key to diagnosis is a tiny piece of patient health data there. In ICU admission, in an emergency room, in a hospital that measures 17 variables of different kinds of variables there of a newly admitted patient, and through the machine learning algorithm, it can help the doctor to summarize their summary of the disease. So, toward the one of the study regarding the breast reduction back in 2021, I was part of that the design project, the decision support and information that management system for breast cancer that funded by the European Union. It aimed to provide a web-based software ecosystem for the personalized, collaborative, multidisciplinary management and primary breast cancer by specialized breast unit from diagnosing to therapy and follow-up. So it's one major component of the project is development of the image analysis tool and algorithm for breast and tumor characterization for breast cancer diagnosis and prognosis. Breast cancer is most common cancer among the women and one of the leading causes of the cancer death among the women there. So early detection is crucial in that towards the saving of the life of the woman. So mammography is one of the most used imaging technology for diagnosing the breast cancer, but we have some challenges with mammography, like has difficulty in imaging dense breast tissues there, and its performance is poor in younger women, and it could not detect breast tumor less than 2 millimeters. So it's invasive, so harmful. So segmentation of the region of interest, that is ROI, is very important step in breast cancer detection to focus towards the analysis, and because the analysis is based on the equality. So a region is basically a base active contour method developed to estimate the breast boundary, and a restricted edge based contour growing approach developed to estimate the pectoral muscle boundary. And then we use the deep learning approach to develop to estimate the pectoral muscle boundary to identify them. So, breast cancer characterization is to assess the risk of having breast cancer by radiologists according to the BI-RAD scale, and the time-consuming consistency and reproducibility for humans. So, computer-aided tool is used would be desirable in this condition. Through the CAD, the following breast segmentation, through characterization, follow a typical sequence of steps that is the noise reduction technique here, and feature extraction and classification of that pattern here. So breast characterization is a texture-oriented method that based on local binary pattern has been proposed, and achieving the state-of-the-art performance for BI-RAD classification on a number of large-scale data sets. Another method based on local secondary patterns outperform the method of LBP, that local ternary pattern and local quernary pattern. The method 2 has been extended to multi-resolution technique with optimized selection of a scale in geometries that combine LSP at different scales to achieve further improvement in biracial classification methods. So results is already published. The challenges we have faced is the ability of label data and usability of the tool. So opportunities, we have the small data analysis, how to annotate the cost effectively there, and how to make sense of data with small data set. So additional support we need is about the confidence and precision level there. This is the summary of the significant results that develop a method to generate a training data examples. We use a modified holistically nested edge detection and network for pectoral muscle contour segmentation method that's followed by post-processing. So that also integrated into the image analysis system. And key innovation is identification of appropriate ROI, that most dense tissues located within this ROI that reduces the overlapping local patterns. So that newly developed texture-based feature method is using local septenary patterns explored on large-scale datasets at the state-of-the-art performance for biracial. So through deviation and mitigation actions, that most of the work carried out in previous task has focused on mammogram. So as in the next task of the DPT tissue characterization, algorithm development was completed, but evaluation was limited by the limited availability of the clinical image data sets and absence of the ground truth. So the issues of limited availability of the data and ground truth were highlighted with partners, and clinical partners were able to make available limited data and ground truth to extend the evaluation rate. So each image system component is either an application or a service for load balancing and scalability. Multiple instances of the sum component can be run in parallel in a multi-machine infrastructure process, and that provides a range of automated image analysis tools. So new generation of medical technology products are a combination of different technologies which lead to the crossing of border between traditional categories of medical products such as medical devices, pharmaceutical products, or human tissue care. So artificial intelligence in medicine, which include physical objects, medical devices, and in the morning when we talk about different kinds of devices that use sophisticated robots for dealing with the care, robots for the surgery. So use of the robot to deliver the treatment, that for the robotic surgery, and in coming future we all replace the human to the machine. The growth drivers of AI in healthcare are increasing individual healthcare expenses and larger graduate population, imbalance between health workforce and patients, increasing global healthcare expenditure, continuous shortage of the nursing and technician staff, and the number of vacancies for nurses will be 1.2 million by 2020. And AI is, and well, it will help medical practitioners effectively that achieving their task with minimal human intervention. That is a critical factor in meeting increasing patient demand. So potential challenges are like we have some industry challenges as well, that high initial capital requirement and potential for increased unemployment, difficulty in deployment sector there, reluctance among the medical profession to adopt the AI, an ambitious regulatory guideline for medical software. This is very important because if we have well-defined guidelines and regulatory procedures to adopt the AI and automatic tools in order to the healthcare sector. The lack of curated healthcare data and concern regarding the privacy and security about their data set. Lack of interoperability between AI solutions. So we have to maintain these challenges. Another work done that towards the artificial intelligence in the food industry. So AI has a great potential to be changing our life, change further, and it has lots of priorities. So AI application in food industry is an important role again here, toward the food sorting, in terms of the quality control of the food, supply chain monitoring, new product design. We have different kind of products there. In order to vulnerability level, we have to define their risk factor: high, medium, low. This is some results shown by the research. These are the classification of apples. To the consumer device, we have to classify the characterization. And this is a low-cost solution for food authentication. The goal is to empower the consumer, and the generation one to the NIR spectroscopy, that near infrared spectroscopy, organic and conventional apple there, and through G2 we have a visible infrared spectroscopy that to characterize the organic and conventional apple, and through the diffraction grading approach we have to classify the apple varieties, and through the computer vision system we have to categorize the olive oil, adulteration, milk fat content, milk powder origin. So this is the results of the generation one to the NIRs. So this is the categorization of different organic and conventional, for example, apple. And through the diffraction grading framework here, and through some image segmentation, image pre-processing. So in the generation 4 level, we use the computer vision system that helps to replace human visual system for food authentication by making sense of images acquired by a camera based on such as color, size, their shape. So common applications are content estimation and freshness assessment and defect detection. The limitation behind the conventional computer vision system is properly designed illumination and careful setting of the camera and varying sample condition and less usable for consumers. The motivation is through the computer vision system to capture spectral information by way of the video. So in generation 4, we use the task authentication of olive oil, and the data is about 80 samples collected. An observation is clear distinction of unadulterated sample in red color channel that variable from 85 to 125 and results about 25. So these are some challenges and opportunities in food authentication with the use of AI. That technique exists to authenticate any food, but it's still an expensive process, and it's a time-consuming process. And there is effort to make portable solutions, but additional hardware is required in order to do. So there is an effort to build the required hardware, different kind of sensors we use into a smartphone. But the food authentication is not a frequently performed task, so it's not a viable for business point of view. So we have made a start to build food authentication solution using existing hardware in a smartphone. However, performance and ability limited, and further research needed. This shows some slides regarding the application of machine learning to the medical imaging. This is another important area. The study of medical imaging is concerned with the interaction of all form of radiation with tissue and the development of appropriate technology to extract clinically useful information from observation of this technology. So in which we have a structural or anatomical information used to CT scan and MRI within each elemental volume that tissue differentiating properties are measured. We have the raw data that we need to filter that data. Then again, we have a reconstruct that data, and then we process that data and analyze the output. So image analysis is turning an image into a data, and user extracted qualitative features and then extracted some quantitative features as well. And this is called maybe a semi-automated or automated approach. So major advances in medical imaging through the image segmentation and image classification. And we also can use computer-aided diagnostic systems. And we also use computer-aided diagnostic characterization tools. And we also have the image-based, some content-based image retrieval systems. So these major advances can play a major role in early detection and diagnosis and computerized treatment planning in cancer radiation therapy. Computer-aided diagnosis is a diagnosis made by a radiologist when the output of computerized image analysis method have been incorporated into his or her medical decision-making process. Is also CAD we use for the breast cancer detection through the image analysis. A mammogram is an X-ray of breast tissue that used in screening tool searching for cancer where there are no symptoms or anything being wrong. The mammogram detects lumps, changes in the breast tissue, or on classification when they are too small to be found in a physical example. We can also use CAD for the lung cancer detection there, that identification of lung, and CT scan, that identification or complicated by the blood vessel. Once a noodle has been detected, it may be quantitatively analyzed as follows: the classification of noodle as benign or malignant, and the evaluation of the temporal size. So virtual colonoscopy is a minimally invasive imaging technique that combines volumetrically acquired helical CT scan data with advanced graphical software to create 2- and 3-dimensional views of the colon. This shows the role of image analysis and machine learning for the computer-aided design. This shows some medical imaging research projects to the computer-aided characterization for lung. The goal is to establish the link between computer-aided image feature of lung noodle in CT scan and visual descriptors defined by human experts for the automatic interpretation of the lung image. The research hypothesis is that the certain radiology assessment can be mapped to the most important low-level image features. So in this methodology is the new supervised probabilistic learning approach that will deal with both the inter-observer variability in the small set of labeled data. And our proposed learning approach will be based on the ensemble of classifier instead of the single classifier as most CAD system use there, to emulate the LIDC ensemble of the radiology. Our expected outcome is the optimal set of quantitative diagnostic features that link to the visual descriptor. So we have significance result there, that the computer interpretation of the corresponding radiology, rating in terms of set of standard and objective image features, and automatically annotate the new images as well, and augment the lung noodle retrieval result with their probabilistic diagnostic interpretation that help. This shows the results there. For example, of the liver segmentation that shows the original image and initial seed at 90%, that split and merge at the 85%, about 80%, and this shows the segmentation results. So we have content based medical imaging retrieval systems here that help for the retrieving the images on the basis of automatically drive images features such as texture based or the shape based. The application of this is towards the teaching method, research, diagnosis, and maintaining the patient record. This shows the CBIR to help the diagnostic. And this you can use as a teaching tool there. And you can also use the CBIR as a research tool for the image retrieval. This is some example of popular machine learning tools there that you can use. Some of them are free of cost, and some have some licensing fees. The platform, the language on the space is there, and the algorithm or feature they have, you can use. This is TensorFlow with that provides a library for data flow programming, Colab, Apache. This is the format or standard in medical imaging that we are using nowadays. We also use some smart watches right now. Towards the fitness, some biometric, fall detection, sleep tracking, and that can maintain our record and prediction there. So we can use some hardware chips developed by companies. These are some relevant data sets that you can cloud that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Salek, for this nice presentation. Now we move towards our last presentation. I would like to introduce our next presenter, Mr. Shazib Khan. He has joined Center for Artificial Intelligence in Health Sciences as Research Associate. He has completed his MS degree in Data Science with specialization in Artificial Intelligence from Kennedy University. He has experience in working with different types of machine learning algorithms, deep learning frameworks, as well as cloud services for implementation, computer vision, image processing, time series analysis, and related fields. He has worked on multiple projects and currently focused on AI-based quality assessment of blastocytes for in vitro fertilization and interdisciplinary development of multipurpose device for people with disabilities. Now I request Mr. Shazib to please come and present his work.
Good evening. As I'm the last presenter of the day, so I have some added responsibility to make you guys stay awake till closing ceremony. So because I can see some sleepy faces, so I'll try to make my presentation as interactive as possible. तो आप लोग बीच में भी सवाल कर सकते हैं अगर कोई ऐसा टॉपिक आए जिसमें आपको कुछ कंफ्यूजन हो. So my background is AI and data sciences, and I've been working in iccbs for past 3 years. In between, I went to Austria Software Competence Center Hagenberg, where I was under training by foreigners. So AI in health sciences is now my core field. So I will be discussing my three projects, which Dr. Atif has already discussed, but he just shared the summary. I'll be going into the details. और जैसा कि मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ लोग आप बाकी बहुत कम लोग आप में से ऐसे होंगे जिन्होंने एआई अप्लाई की है खुद। ज्यादातर मेडिकल बैकग्राउंड के होंगे, केमिस्ट्री के होंगे, अप्लाइड फिजिक्स या अप्लाइड केमिस्ट्री के होंगे। तो मैं कुछ एनालॉजीज से समझाना चाहूंगा ताकि आप उस चीज को समझ सकें काम को। सबसे पहले तो ब्लास्टोसाइट्स इस प्रोजेक्ट का नाम था। एक स्टैटिस्टिक्स के मुताबिक 1% हर 6 में से उसको फर्टिलिटी इश्यूज हैं दुनिया में। और तो आईवीएफ प्रोसीजर है जो इस चीज को टैकल करने के लिए काम आता है। और आईवीएफ सिर्फ इसलिए काम नहीं आता कि आप जिसको फर्टिलिटी इश्यूज हैं वही इस प्रोसीजर की तरफ जाए। कुछ जेनेटिक डिजीजेस होती हैं जो आप चाहते हैं कि नहीं ट्रांसफर हो आपके आने वाले ऑफस्प्रिंग में, चिल्ड्रन में, तो वो लोग भी आईवीएफ की तरफ जाते हैं। सो एग्स आर फर्टिलाइज्ड इन अ लेबोरेटरी एनवायरनमेंट और उसमें से सिलेक्शन ऑफ एम्ब्रियो किया जाता है। जो बेस्ट एम्ब्रियो होते हैं उसको दोबारा इंजेक्ट किया जाता है और फिर इस तरह से प्रेगनेंसी होती है, फर्टिलाइजेशन बेहतर होती है। तो इस प्रोजेक्ट के 3 ऑब्जेक्टिव थे, जिसमें से मैंने जो काम किया है वो फर्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव को फुलफिल कर रहा है, टू सपोर्ट इन क्लिनिकल प्रैक्टिस थ्रू मोर एक्यूरेट क्वालिटी असेसमेंट एंड सिलेक्शन ऑफ ब्लास्टोसाइट्स। सो ब्लास्टोसाइट इज डेड एम्ब्रियो, जो कि 5 या 6 दिन बाद का जो एम्ब्रियो होता है जिसको हम फर्टिलाइज करते हैं लेबोरेटरी में, तो उसको हम ब्लास्टोसाइट। अच्छा, अब आप में से कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने वाकई एआई इंप्लीमेंट की है? मतलब कोई मुझे ओके, सो 3-4 पीपल। तो लेकिन आप लोगों को इतना जरूर आइडिया होगा कि कोई भी एआई मॉडल इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमें डाटा चाहिए और डाटा एज क्लीन एज पॉसिबल चाहिए। तो वो उसकी प्री प्रोसेसिंग बहुत ज्यादा रिक्वायर्ड होती है। अगर आप देखेंगे ये एक ब्लास्टोसाइट इमेज है और ये भी एक ब्लास्टोसाइट इमेज है, ये भी एक ब्लास्टोसाइट इमेज है और ये भी एक ब्लास्टोसाइट इमेज है। लेकिन अगर मैं आपको बताता नहीं तो आपको ये 4 अलग चीजों की इमेज लग रही होती। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि पहले ही जो इमेज है वो बहुत मॉर्फोलॉजिकली सिमिलर और कॉम्प्लेक्स है। यानी ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये मून की तस्वीर है, आपको लगे मून की सरफेस है, कुछ टेक्सचर्स हैं, तो इतना ज्यादा आप कुछ गेट कर नहीं पा रहे। अब उसमें भी ब्लास्टोसाइट दिखने में ही आपको इतने अलग लग रहे हैं। मतलब 4 ब्लास्टोसाइट जो कि क्लिनिक वियना क्लिनिक से आ रहा है, लिंस में एक क्लिनिक है वहां से आ रहा है, प्राग से आ रहा है और रोम की क्लिनिक से आ रहा है, उनकी तस्वीरें अलग हैं। अच्छा, इसकी वजह ये है कि डिफरेंट रेगुलेशन होती हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे लोग माइक्रोस्कोप पे तो काम करते होंगे। तो आप देखेंगे कि यहाँ के जरूरी नहीं है कि यहाँ के माइक्रोस्कोप की आउटपुट पिक्चर का जो आउटपुट होगा डिजिटल, वो किसी और कंट्री के भी उसका आउटपुट सेम हो, ऐसा नहीं होता। हो भी सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता। पहली चीज होती है रेगुलेशंस, दूसरी चीज होती है कि उसकी हार्डवेयर रिक्वायरमेंट, उसका जूम कितना सेट किया हुआ है। तो ये चीजें थी। तो सबसे पहले तो हमारे पास मसला ये आया कि पहले ही ब्लास्टोसाइट वाज मॉर्फोलॉजिकली वेरी सिमिलर इमेजेस, कि अगर एक जैसे बिल्कुल क्लीन भी हो तब भी बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, और अभी तो क्लीन थे ही नहीं। तो वी हैड टू कम अप विद अ डाटा क्लीनिंग समथिंग, जिसको हमने कहा है कि ऑटोमेटिक एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ द आरओआई। आरओआई इज रीजन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट। तो जो आपका रीजन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है उसकी ऑटोमेटिक एक्सट्रैक्शन हो जाए। हमारे पास बहुत सारे डीप लर्निंग और इमेज मशीन लर्निंग के एल्गोरिथम्स हैं जो कि चीजों को डिटेक्ट करते हैं, ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन, गाड़ियों को कर रहे हैं, नंबर प्लेट्स को कर रहे हैं, फेसेस को कर रहे हैं। लेकिन वो जब कोई इंसान जा रहा है तो उसको पूरा इस तरह एक सर्किल तो बना देंगे, लेकिन बिल्कुल अगर मुझे मैं कहूँ कि बिल्कुल नोज और नोज का भी ये पार्ट चाहिए या ईयर का ये पार्ट चाहिए, तो वो चीज बहुत मुश्किल होती है। फिर उसकी एक्सट्रैक्शन, यानी आप उसको क्रॉप भी करें। अब हमारे पास तो एक हजारों इमेजेस थी, तो हमने जो भी अवेलेबल मेथड्स थे उनको इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश की, लेकिन हमारे पास जो आउटपुट आया वो बहुत बुरा था। बहुत बुरा इन सेंस ये था कि ये आप देख सकते हैं कि हम इस पर पहले अप्लाई कर चुके हैं, लेकिन ये सब इमेजेस एक दूसरे से अलग लग रही हैं। तो वी हैड टू कम अप विद समथिंग, जो हमने अपनी एक टेक्निक क्राफ्ट की, वो आपके सामने है। अब आप ये देखें, मैं आपको टेक्निक बता देता हूँ। पहले आप ये देखें रिजल्ट। ये तस्वीर थी, ये तस्वीर ऐसी हो गई। ये ब्लास्टोसाइट की इमेज थी, इसमें ये सारा एरिया जो है इसको वो कर दिया। अच्छा, हमें ये काम खुद करने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी? क्योंकि जो एग्जिस्टिंग टेक्निक्स हैं वो या तो शेप पे फोकस करती हैं तो अगर आप गौर करें, अगर मैं सिर्फ सर्किल को निकालने की कोशिश करूं, यानी अगर मैं एक ऐसा स्ट्रक्चर बनाऊं जो कि ब्लास्टोसाइट की इमेज में से सर्किल निकाल दे, तो ये भी सर्किल है, ऊपर वाली जो है ये भी सर्किल। अगर मैं पैटर्न्स की बात करूं तो यहाँ पर भी कुछ पैटर्न है, तो मुझे कुछ एक नई टेक्निक बनानी थी जिससे जो मेरा रीजन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है वही मैं उसको निकाल दूं। तो हमने क्या किया, हमने एक इमेज प्रोसेसिंग टेक्निक्स प्लस स्टैटिस्टिकल टेक्निक से एक टेक्निक बनाई जिससे हमने डाटा को क्लीन किया। वो हमने इस तरीके से किया कि हमने कुछ गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड तस्वीरें, इमेजेस अपने उसको दी सिस्टम को, और उसने उसमें से पैटर्न एक्सट्रैक्ट किए। जब पैटर्न एक्सट्रैक्ट किए तो अब हमने उसको न्यू इमेजेस दी। न्यू इमेजेस के अंदर उन्होंने वो पैटर्न ढूंढने की कोशिश की। जब वो पैटर्न मैच हो जाता है तो हम उतनी जगह को रहने देते हैं, बाकी जगह को एक मार्जिन देके क्रॉप कर देते हैं। जैसे आप यहाँ देखें, यहाँ पे इमेज लोड की कुछ गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड, उसमें से हमने फीचर निकाले। सिर्फ फीचर टेक्निक का नाम है फीचर एक्सट्रैक्शन स्केल इनवेरिएंट फीचर ट्रांसफॉर्म, यानी उसने टेक्सचर के फीचर निकाले। अब वो टेक्सचर के फीचर का वेक्टर नई इमेज पे चलाता है, और जहां वो उसको वेक्टर मिल जाता है तो उस जगह को छोड़ के बाकी जगह को क्रॉप कर देता है। स्टैटिस्टिकल टेक्निक नियरेस्ट नेबर निकालने के लिए इस्तेमाल होती है कि एक तस्वीर दूसरी तस्वीर से कितनी ज्यादा सिमिलर है। इसके अलावा कौन सी तस्वीरों को रिटेन करना है, कौन सी इमेजेस को रिटेन नहीं करना, ये हमने लोवी रेशो, ये भी स्टैटिस्टिकल टेक्निक है, और इसका नाम तो शायद आप लोगों ने सुना होगा क्योंकि ये और भी जगह यूज होता है। अच्छा, अब हम इस पोजीशन पे पहुंचे हैं कि अब हम अपने ब्लास्टोसाइट का काम करना शुरू करें, क्योंकि हमें अवर गोल वाज टू ग्रेड द ब्लास्टोसाइट क्वालिटी, जो कि एक एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट करता है। एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट टाइम भी लेता है, पैसे भी लेता है, और मसला ये होता है कि एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट जब हमने उनको इमेजेस दी तो इंटर एनोटेटर एग्रीमेंट और इंट्रा एनोटेटर एग्रीमेंट दोनों खराब थे। एक तो बात ये थी कि हमने सिमिलर इमेजेस दो एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट को दी, उनका कंसेंट उनका रेशो बहुत कम था जिसपे उनका कंसेंसस हो रहा था। एक हमने क्या किया कि उन्हीं को उनकी इमेजेस 3-4 दिन बाद दी और बोला कि ये 5वें दिन की, हालांकि वो थी 3रे दिन की, तो उन्होंने कहा 5वें दिन की, ठीक है। और कुछ ने नहीं भी कहा, कुछ बहुत अच्छे एनालिस्ट थे। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि इंटर कंसेंसस भी खराब है और इंट्रा भी खराब था। तो हम डीप लर्निंग तो तब अप्लाई करेंगे ना जब ह्यूमन उस चीज पर कंफर्म हो जाए। तो फिर इसके लिए हमें एक काम करना पड़ा कि हमें बहुत ज्यादा एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट को देना पड़ा। फिर हमने उसमें से 6 एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट निकाले और उससे एक गोल्ड डेटा सेट बना लिया। जब गोल्ड डेटा सेट बना लिया तो वो कुछ ऐसा दिखता है, आप देखें, एक ब्लास्टोसाइट 3 कैटेगरीज में ग्रेड हो रहा है। एक्सपेंशन कितनी है, इनर सेल मास कितना है, वो मैं आपको बता दूंगा। परफेक्टोड्रम एक चीज होती है। फिर देखिए ये मैंने उनके एग्रीमेंट रेट लिखे हैं, 3 में से 3 ने कहा कि हाँ ऐसा है, कहीं 4 में से 5 ने कहा, कहीं 2 में से 3 ने कहा। तो ये भी फिर भी हमें अच्छा रेशो मिल गया कि अब हम इसको एज गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड सेट कर सकते हैं, और अपना जो भी हमारा मॉडल अब हम ट्रेन करेंगे वो इससे कंपेयर करें। तो अब अच्छा, जैसा मैंने बताया कि इमेजेस कॉम्प्लेक्स थी, लोअर एग्रीमेंट रेट था, कॉस्टली तो था ही। अच्छा, अभी मुझे याद है कि फर्स्ट जो प्रेजेंटेशन हुई थी उसमें किसी ने सवाल किया था कि जितना हम क्यूरीज रन करते हैं तो उतना ही वो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट जनरेट हो रहा है उससे, क्योंकि एवरी क्यूरी यू जनरेट, आप चैट जीपीटी पे अगर कुछ पूछते हैं तो वो कंप्यूटेशन पावर लेगा तो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट जनरेट होगा। तो हम अब इन्वायरमेंट की तरफ जा रहे हैं, ग्रीन ग्रीन एआई, फ्रेंडली एआई, इन्वायरमेंट फ्रेंडली एआई। तो हमने कोशिश ये की कि जितना ज्यादा हम हैंड क्राफ्टेड फीचर्स पर जा सकें वो हम करें, और डीप लर्निंग का इस्तेमाल कम से कम करें ताकि कम से कम कार्बन रिलीज हो। क्योंकि ये एक स्टैटिस्टिक्स के मुताबिक अगर एक ट्रांसफॉर्मर आर्किटेक्चर बिल्कुल जिसके मिलियन ऑफ पैरामीटर्स होते हैं, अगर बेस से ट्रेन होता है तो वो इतनी कार्बन रिलीज करता है जितनी एक एवरेज अमेरिकन कार पूरे साल में करती है। तो यानी अगर आप बेस से कोई चीज बहुत ज्यादा इसको ट्रेन कर रहे हैं और वो घंटों अगर ट्रेनिंग हो रही है तो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट आपका बहुत ज्यादा होता है। तो ये भी एक चीज इसके अंदर हमने अकोमोडेट किया है। तो हमने क्या टेक्निक बनाई, मैं अगर आपको यहाँ से दिखा रहा हूँ, हमारे पास ये इमेज थी, आप देखें ये एक इमेज है। हमने एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट के साथ बैठे और हमने उसमें से 10% ऑफ इमेजेस को एनोटेट करवाया। हमने एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट को कहा कि आप हमारे साथ बैठें और हमें बताएं कि इसमें जो कंपार्टमेंट है वो कितने कंपार्टमेंट है और वो कहाँ कहाँ है। अब आप देखिए इसमें से अगर आपको कहता कि 5 कंपार्टमेंट आप बनाए तो आप शायद रैंडम ड्रॉ कर देते, लेकिन एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट ने कहा कि मुझे इसमें ये 5 कंपार्टमेंट, ये 4 कंपार्टमेंट दिख रहे हैं। तो ऐसा हमने 10% ऑफ इनपुट इमेजेस के साथ किया। उसके बाद हमने अपनी एआई टेक्निक से इसको सेगमेंट किया। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं ये इमेज थी, ये इसका ये वाला ब्लास्टोसॉइल, ये है इनर सेल मास, ये है प्रोटेक्टोड्रम, ये है जोनल पिलोसिटा और बैकग्राउंड। ये टेक्निकल टर्म है, इसका मतलब इन शॉर्ट ये है कि 5 या 4 कंपार्टमेंट में हमने एक तस्वीर को ब्रेक कर दिया। इससे पहले क्या होता था कि जब भी हम डीप लर्निंग लगाते थे, उसको जो भी इमेज मिलती थी वो इमेज को इमेज से कंपेयर करता था, तो वो उसके कंपार्टमेंट से नहीं करता था। यानी वो मेरी बॉडी को किसी की बॉडी से कंपेयर कर रहा है, लेकिन मेरे फेस को फेस से, हाथ को हाथ से इस तरह नहीं कर रहा। अब हमें तो एक एडिटिव एडवांटेज ये मिल गया कि हमारे पास ये चीजें ऐसी आ गई कि हम कंपार्टमेंट वाइज काम हुआ। अब सेकंड जो हमने फीचर्स निकालने थे, अगर आप यहाँ देखें, ये फीचर्स मैंने यहाँ पे निकाले, इसको कहते हैं स्विफ्ट फीचर, और सिर्फ मैंने ब्लास्टोसॉइल में निकाले। आप देखें कि ये एरिया भी रह गया, साइड का एरिया भी रह गया, और फिर मैंने यहाँ पे निकाले एलबीपी, लोकल बाइनरी पैटर्न, पूरी तस्वीर पे। इसका मतलब ये है कि जब मेरे पास चीजें श्रेडेड हो गई, कंपार्टमेंट में टूट गई, तो मैं उसके अंदर मुख्तलिफ फीचर एल्गोरिथम लगा सकता था। और मैंने तीसरा जो है ऑटो एनकोडर भी यूज किया, वो डीप लर्निंग एल्गोरिथम है। तो अब मेरे पास क्या हुआ कि कंपार्टमेंट 4 हो गए और फीचर्स 3 तरह के निकाल लिए। तो ये मुख्तलिफ फाइल्स मेरी बनती जा रही हैं कि मैं आईसीएम को आईसीएम से कंपेयर कर रहा हूँ और एक फीचर से कर रहा हूँ। इसी तरह अगर मैं जेडपी को कंपेयर कर रहा हूँ जेडपी से, तो वो इस वाले फीचर से कर रहा हूँ। नेक्स्ट चीज क्या होती है, अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं, पहले हमारी एनोटेशन में, फिर सेगमेंटेशन में, डिफरेंट हैंडक्राफ्टेड फीचर निकाले। मैंने आपको बताया 3 फीचर, सिर्फ लोकल बाइनरी पैटर्न, ऑटो एनकोडर। अच्छा, चौथी मैंने हम लोगों ने जो चीज प्रपोज की वो थी डिफरेंट डिस्टेंस टेक्निक्स। अगर मुझे 2 इमेजेस के अंदर डिस्टेंस निकालना है कि वो कितनी करीब है या कितनी सिमिलर है, तो हम एक तो ये तरीका निकाल सकते हैं, अगर मैं इसमें ह्यूमन एनालॉजी लूं कि मैं यहाँ पर हूँ और मुझे एक और बंदे से अपना डिस्टेंस निकालना है, तो मैं शॉर्टेस्ट डिस्टेंस देख लूं। एक तरीका तो ये हो गया। दूसरा तरीका ये होगा कि मैं किसी रेफरेंस से हम दोनों का डिस्टेंस देखूं। तो ये 2 तरीके हो गए। इसी तरह जब आप एआई में काम करते हैं तो बहुत तरीके के डिस्टेंसेस आप यूज कर सकते हैं। यूक्लिडियन होता है, मिन्कॉस्की होता है, कोसाइन सिमिलैरिटी होता है। तो ये मैंने एनालॉजी इस पर ऐसा बता दी कि इंसान के डिस्टेंस को नापने के भी डिफरेंट तरीके हैं। तो इसी तरीके से इमेजेस या फीचर्स कितने करीब हैं एक दूसरे से, उसको मेजर करने के भी हमारे पास डिफरेंट तरीके हैं। तो अब क्या हुआ, हमारे पास जो पहले इमेज डायरेक्टली डीप लर्निंग खुद ही पैटर्न निकाल के कंपेयर कर देता था, अब वो हमारे हाथ में है कि हम किस कंपार्टमेंट को किस कंपार्टमेंट से कंपेयर करवा रहे हैं, किस फीचर को कंपेयर करवा रहे हैं, और किस डिस्टेंस टेक्निक से कंपेयर करवा रहे हैं। तो हमारे पास ऐसी 9 फाइल्स बन गई, 9 फाइल्स। अब हमने क्या किया, हमने जब आखिर में डिस्टेंस निकाले, अगर मैं आपको इससे समझाना चाहूंगा, यहाँ पर कि मेरे पास ये क्यूरी इमेज थी, ये आप देखें, ये जो इमेज है ना 00801, ये गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड की एक इमेज है जिसकी एनोटेशन मेरे पास है, जो कि मैंने एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट से ले चुका हूँ। और ये वो सारी इमेजेस हैं जो इसके करीब आई हैं डिस्टेंस में, मेरी सारी इमेज प्रोसेसिंग करने के बाद। तो जब वो इतने करीब आई हैं, मेरे पास का देखें डिस्टेंस निकाला है मैंने, इसका यूनिट को आप छोड़ दें कि डिस्टेंस का यूनिट क्या है, क्योंकि ये मीटर में तो नहीं है जाहिर है। तो अब आप देखें, तो मतलब मैं इसको वही एनोटेशन तकरीबन दे सकता हूँ जो कि इसकी होगी। जब 2 इमेजेस एक दूसरे से बहुत ज्यादा सिमिलर है, तो वो नई इमेजेस को भी मैं वो एनोटेशन दे सकता हूँ जो कि गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड की एनोटेशन है। तो हमने ऐसे ही किया, उनको एनोटेशन दी, और एनोटेशन देने के बाद जब हमने डॉक्टर से उसको चेक करवाया, एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट से, तो उन्होंने बिल्कुल कहा कि उसका भी कंसेंसस था जाहिर है, लेकिन उनका कंसेंसस बहुत हाई था इस बेस पे कि हाँ ये एनोटेशन जो आपने दी है ये ठीक एनोटेशन है। 300 का मतलब ये है कि 3AB00, यानी ये एनोटेशन है, यानी वो कितना अच्छा है, उसकी क्वालिटी कितनी अच्छी है। अच्छी या बुरी वो हमारा ताल्लुक नहीं था कि हम अच्छी सिलेक्ट करें बुरी सिलेक्ट करें, हमने इसको ग्रेड किया है कि ये ऐसी है। अब इसको इंजेक्ट करना दोबारा डॉक्टर्स का काम है। तो ये जो है वो ब्लास्टोसाइट्स वाला मेरा प्रोजेक्ट है। हमने इस पे ये नोवेल अप्रोच बनाई जो कि आपने यहाँ पर देखी, जिसके अंदर हमने पहले तो एनोटेशन की, सेगमेंटेशन की, अपनी मर्जी से फीचर्स क्राफ्ट किए। फिर आप ये देखें कि ऑटो एनकोडर डीप लर्निंग है, बाकी इसके ऊपर जो जितनी चीजें हैं वो क्लासिकल इमेज प्रोसेसिंग में मशीन लर्निंग से हो जाता है। तो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट बहुत ज्यादा लो था, कंप्यूटेशनली लेस एक्सपेंसिव था। और हमारे पास एक और चीज होती है एक्सप्लेनेबिलिटी। आजकल डॉक्टर्स जो है वो इस वजह से परेशान है कि पेशेंट उन पर ट्रस्ट नहीं करते। जब डॉक्टर उनसे कुछ कोई बीमारी बताते हैं तो पेशेंट कहते हैं नहीं, मतलब कैसे, दूसरा डॉक्टर तो ये कह रहा था। तो जब पेशेंट डॉक्टर पे तो यकीन नहीं कर रहे तो एआई में कैसे करेंगे? तो वी हैव टू मेक द एआई एज ट्रस्टवर्दी एज पॉसिबल। तो जब तक आप डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस नहीं बताएंगे पेशेंट को कि भाई अगर मैंने आपको ये चीज रिकमेंड की है या मैंने ये चीज डायग्नोज की है, तो मेरे एआई जो मैंने इम्प्लीमेंट किया उसका डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस ये है। तो जितना ट्रांसपेरेंट डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस होगा उतना ही ज्यादा ट्रस्टवर्दीनेस आपकी बढ़ेगी। तो ये हमारा ब्लास्टोसाइट का प्रोजेक्ट था। मेरे आगे 2 प्रोजेक्ट और हैं, लेकिन अगर इस प्रोजेक्ट में किसी को कोई सवाल है तो वो यहाँ पे कर सकता है ताकि थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्टिव हो जाए, और अगर नहीं है तो मैं बता दूं।
मेरा एक सवाल है कि आई थिंक तो ये आप मेरे पहले सेगमेंटेशन वाला पार्ट है। पहला तो क्वेश्चन ये था कि आप अभी लास्ट में सेंटेंस यूज किया कि यू हैव एक्चुअली एलोकेटेड 10% ऑफ डेटा
10%। तो
इसका क्राइटेरिया क्या है? व्हाई वो 10% ऑफ डेटा?
वो 10% क्राइटेरिया नहीं था। पर्सन क्राइटेरिया ये था कि उस 10% में या अगर 20% में आता है डिफरेंट टाइप की जितनी भी इमेजेस अवेलेबल थी 100% में उसका सैंपल उसमें आए। तो वो 10% वो वैसे बन गया। यानी हमने क्या किया कि इस किस्म की इमेजेस जो इमेजेस इस किस्म की दिखती हैं इसको भी आप शामिल करें। तब बाकी तो मैं ऑटोमेटिक कर दूंगा, लेकिन कम से कम थोड़ी बहुत तो मैं इनोवेटर से करवाऊं। तो जब हमने ऐसे करते गए और डिफरेंट दिखने वाली इमेजेस को किया तो वो तकरीबन 10 या 11% बन गया। उसमें कोई ये रेशो नहीं था। हम 2% भी कर सकते थे, अगर वहां पर सैचुरेट कर जाता हम 30-40 तक भी जाते। लेकिन हमारा मकसद ये था कि हम सारी इमेजेस को यूटिलाइज।
दूसरा इसमें सेगमेंटेशन साइड है, इसमें तो बेसिक टेक्निक है, बाउंडिंग बॉक्स है या थ्रेशोल्डिंग है, बाइनरी वो तो अगर विदाउट डीप लर्निंग इनकॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ डीप लर्निंग आप सारी सेगमेंटेशन कर सकते हैं।
यही तो हमारा मकसद था, क्योंकि जब हम पहले डीप लर्निंग को लेते थे ना तो डीप लर्निंग इमेज को इमेज से कंपेयर करती थी, कंपार्टमेंट में कंपार्टमेंट से नहीं। तो हमने कहा कि उसमें जब एक्यूरेसी भी कम है, ट्रांसपेरेंसी भी कम है, हमने कम सेगमेंट करते हैं क्लासिकल मशीन लर्निंग और कंप्यूटर विजन टेक्निक से, और फिर हैंड क्राफ्टेड फीचर्स निकालते हैं। ट्रांसपेरेंसी भी ज्यादा रहेगी, कंप्यूटेशनली भी एक्सपेंसिव नहीं होगा, कार्बन फुटप्रिंट भी कम होगा और एक्सटेंडेबिलिटी बढ़ेगी। यही हमारा मकसद था कि डीप लर्निंग ना कम से कम यूज करें। जी जी बिल्कुल, भी हमने ऑटो एनकोडर से कंपेयर किया क्योंकि ऑटो एनकोडर से डीप लर्निंग और फिर ह्यूमन एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट करवाया। और ये प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो केपलर क्लिनिक वियना के जो इश्तराक से विद कोलैबोरेशन विद केपलर क्लिनिक वियना उनके साथ हुआ है, और वो आईवीएफ करते हैं। तो इस वजह से हमें उनके साथ ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली। डॉक्टर यास्मीन प्रीमस के साथ हमने ये काम। और अगर किसी का कोई सवाल है इस प्रोजेक्ट के हवाले से तो आप कर सकते हैं, नहीं तो फिर मैं आगे बढ़ूँ। नहीं, यहाँ पर तो आईवीएफ के खिलाफ फतवा है ना, तो आईवीएफ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन अभी यहाँ पर पाकिस्तान में हाँ अब होना शुरू हुआ है। लेकिन अभी आपने सुना होगा बीच में अभी स्पर्म बैंक बनने का एक वो हुआ था, तो वो हो गया। तो अभी यहाँ पे इतना ज्यादा काम, क्योंकि इतना सोशली एक्सेप्टेबल अभी इतना ज्यादा हुआ नहीं है, तो फिर काम भी इतना ज्यादा यहाँ पर नहीं है। लेकिन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बिल्कुल हो सकती है, क्योंकि हमने तो मॉडल बना दिया है, तो मॉडल जनरलाइज्ड है। तो वो मॉडल बन गया, तो अब उस बेस पे हम बिल्कुल काम कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि जितने कम नंबर ऑफ आईवीएफ साइकिल होंगी उतना ही बेहतर है। क्योंकि जो भी एक कपल आईवीएफ की तरफ जाता है वो पहले ही फ्रस्ट्रेट होकर जाता है। वो साल 2 साल 3 साल अपना नेचुरल प्रोसेस ट्राई कर चुका होता है। अब जब वो आईवीएफ की तरफ जाता है और आईवीएफ की साइकिल भी अगर 4-5 हो रही है तो वो फिर उनकी फ्रस्ट्रेशन में और इजाफा ही होता है। तो बेहतरीन अगर आप ग्रेडिंग करेंगे, एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट करेगा या एआई करेगा, तो वो नंबर ऑफ आईवीएफ साइकिल रिड्यूस होगी। ये तो बिल्कुल ऐसे ही। जैसे कि मैंने आपको बताया ना कि हमारे पास 4 क्लिनिक से आ रहा था, कि वियना में तो हम थे, उनको तो हम रेगुलेट कर पा रहे थे, उनको तो हम बता पा रहे थे, लेकिन बाकी 3 क्लिनिक्स पे ना हमारा वो नहीं था। आप ये कह सकते हैं कि उन पर हम रेगुलेशन नहीं लगा सकते थे कि आप मुझे इस ही उस पे दें, क्योंकि आपको खुद भी पता है, आप लोग सब इस फील्ड के हैं, कि आप एपरेटस में ज्यादा चेंज कर नहीं सकते। जो उनके प्रोटोकॉल्स बने होते हैं, डिपार्टमेंटल प्रोटोकॉल्स, वो उनको फॉलो करते थे। तो डेटा की क्वालिटी पर कंट्रोल मेरा नहीं था। हाँ, जब आ जाता था तो उसको बेहतर हम कर सकते थे, लेकिन मैं उनको ये नहीं कह पता था कि आप हमें वीडियो भेज दें, जो उनका स्टैंडर्ड प्रोटोकॉल था वो उसी के जरिए भेजते थे। लेकिन आपकी बात ठीक है कि ऐसे सॉफ्टवेयर हैं कि वो वीडियो से ही बेहतर फीचर निकाल सकते हैं, लेकिन उसमें कंट्रोल फीचर का ऑप्शन कम होता है। कि जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं ना कि अगर आप ये देखें कि ये यहाँ पर आप देखें कि मैंने एक तो स्केल इनवेरिएंट फीचर्स निकाले हैं, ये पिंक कलर के जो है, एक ये लोकल बाइनरी पैटर्न है। तो ये सॉरी ये वाला देखें, ये जो फीचर है ये इससे बहुत डिफरेंट है। तो वो जो आप कह रहे हैं फीचर, वो फीचर तो निकाल देगा, लेकिन शायद वो फीचर मेरे इतने काम के ना हो। मैं कुछ हैंड ड्राफ्टेड फीचर चाह रहा हूँ, मैं कुछ स्पेशल फीचर चाह रहा हूँ, तो ये इसलिए it is now being practiced in actual world. इमेजेस तो वो वैसे भी लेते थे, बस वो आंखों से देखते थे और हजारों देखते थे। हमने उनको ये किया कि अब हमारा ग्रेड कर देगा, और ग्रेड करने के बाद हम कम से कम वर्ड्स, आधे वर्ड्स तो बेकार कर सकते हैं कि चले डॉक्टर अब जो बेहतर 50 है वो देख लें। तो हम डॉक्टर का टाइम, डॉक्टर की कॉस्ट इस तरह से बचा रहे हैं एम्ब्रियोलॉजिस्ट की। ऐसा नहीं है कि बिल्कुल एआई ने कहा और हमने वही वाला इंजेक्ट कर दिया, लेकिन कम से कम अगर 100 तस्वीरें थी, 100 सैंपल थे, ये मिसाल दे रहा हूँ मैं आपको, तो कम से कम हमारे एआई मॉडल ने जो वर्ड 50 बताए, डॉक्टर उनको ना देखे, बेटर 50 में से कुछ चूज कर ले। तो ये इस तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंट होता है। समझ, अब मैं अपना नेक्स्ट प्रोजेक्ट, आई होप कि आप लोग थोड़ा सा इसके अंदर इंटरेस्ट ले रहे होंगे। दूसरा हमारा प्रोजेक्ट था इंटीग्रा माउस। लाइफ टूल एक कंपनी है ऑस्ट्रिया में ही, जो कि हेल्थ बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट बनाती है, व्हील चेयर भी बनाती है, और जॉयस्टिक बेस्ड, जैसे लाइट ऑन करनी है तो बंदा मोबिलिटी इश्यूज है, वो जॉयस्टिक से कर ले, या बहुत सारे काम वो कर सकता है। तो उन्होंने हमें ये प्रोजेक्ट दिया कि पर्सनलाइज एमएल असिस्टेड रेस्पिरेटरी मसल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम फॉर द पेशेंट विद पैराप्लेजिया। बहुत बड़ा नाम है, मैं इसको बड़ा आसान कर देता हूँ। पैराप्लेजिया इज लाइक पैरालिसिस की थोड़ी सी हल्की फॉर्म, लोअर बॉडी मूव नहीं कर पाते, या फिर उससे थोड़ा सा आसान, जिसमें लगता है कि हाँ इंशाल्लाह बेहतर होने के चांसेस हैं। उनके लिए डॉक्टर ने सजेस्ट ये किया कि मोबिलिटी इश्यूज बेहतर होंगे जब बैकबोन हील होगी। बैकबोन हील करने के बहुत सारे तरीकों में से एक तरीका डॉक्टर को ये लगा कि आप कुछ ब्रीथिंग थेरेपी करें, लंग्स को जरा जोर लगाएं, आप इनहेल देर तक करें और ज्यादा करें, तो हो सकता है आपकी बैकबोन हील हो, और बैकबोन हील होगी तो आपकी मोबिलिटी इश्यूज बेहतर होंगे। अच्छा, इसके अंदर हमें क्या करना था, मैं आपको बिल्कुल बताऊं, मैंने आसान लफ्जों में ना एक जिम की एनालॉजी बनाई है। जब भी हम जिम जाते हैं, जो ट्रेनर होता है वो हमसे कुछ मेटा डेटा लेता है, कि जैसे कि आप पहले स्पोर्ट्स में हैं या नहीं है, पहले जिम करते थे, थोड़ा सा वेट वगैरह जज करता है हमारा, फिर कहता है ओके स्टार्ट विथ 4 kg डंबल। तो पहले तो वो एक मेटा डेटा से एक अंदाजा लगाता है, और फिर एक दो दिन देखता है कि मैं 4 kg डंबल से कितना अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ या कितना बुरा परफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ, फिर वो एक्चुअल रिकमेंड करता है, और फिर मेरा प्लान बनाता है। हमें भी यही करना था। ये डिवाइस थी, इस डिवाइस के अंदर ना डिफरेंट होल साइजेस थे, 1 से लेके 10 तक, और मुझे इसके थ्रू इनहेल करना था 3 सेकंड, 3 सेकंड इनहेल, 3 सेकंड एक्सेल, 3 सेकंड इनहेल। तो हम क्या करते थे कि हम पहले तो रैंडम, अच्छा पहले हम मेटा डेटा लेते थे। मेटा डेटा के अंदर मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ क्या क्या होता था। आप ये देखेंगे, पहले तो पूछते हैं मेल है फीमेल है, स्पोर्टिंग हैबिट्स आपकी क्या है, आप फॉर्मर स्मोकर हैं, आपने कभी स्मोकिंग नहीं की। इसके अलावा हम उनके प्रोफेशन भी देख लेते थे, कि कभी कभी कुछ लोग एग्रीकल्चर बैकग्राउंड से आ रहे हैं, उन्होंने बड़ी मेहनत की है, तो उनका लंग्स का थ्रस्ट लेवल अलग होता था, और जो उन्होंने हर सारी जिंदगी कंप्यूटर पर काम किया, उनके लंग्स का थ्रस्ट लेवल अलग होता था। या कोई बंदे की एज 60 है, किसी बंदे की एज 20 है, तो रेस का लेवल एक होना चाहिए। तो हम पॉइंट उनको जीरो से दोनों को कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते, तो हम पहले ही कंपनसेट कर देते थे उतना। यानी हमारा मॉडल उसको कंपनसेट करता था, एक बंदा स्मोकर भी है और 55 का है, और उसकी नो स्पोर्ट्स हैबिट है, और एक बंदा 20 साल का है, फील्ड में काम करता है, स्पोर्ट हैबिट भी बहुत अच्छी है। तो मैं उन दोनों को कंपेयर वैसे कर ही नहीं सकता, हालांकि दोनों को पैराप्लेजिया नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं कंपेयर नहीं कर सकता। तो हम कंपनसेशन के लिए सारा मेटा डेटा लेते थे, तो ये करते थे, ये किया हमने। और उसके बाद हमने हमने उनको कहा कि आप, जैसे मैंने बताया, कि होल नंबर 3 से इनहेल करें 3 सेकंड, फिर 3 सेकंड इनहेल, 3 सेकंड एक्सहेल, और एक नंबर ऑफ साइकिल होती थी। उसके बाद होल नंबर 5 से कर लें, होल नंबर 10 से कर लें। उसके बाद हर साइकिल के बाद ना एक बोर्ड वैल्यूज को हमने नाम दिया कि आप अपना डिफिकल्टी लेवल बताएं, कि अब आप कैसा फील कर रहे हैं, 1 से लेके 20 तक अपने आप को रेट करें, हाउ डिफिकल्ट यू फील। तो हमारे पास मुख्तलिफ पैरामीटर्स आ गए। सबसे मेन पैरामीटर तो वो जो प्रेशर सेंसर की वैल्यू थी, दूसरी वो सेंसर की वैल्यू किस होल साइज पे आई, उस पे क्या बोर वैल्यू उसने उसने दी, ठीक है, वो स्मोकर था या नहीं था, उसकी कोई पास्ट इंजरी है या नहीं है। तो फिर उस पर हमने जाहिर है अपना रिकमेंडेशन मॉडल बनाया, और जो हमारा असल मकसद था वो था टू द प्रिडिक्शन और रिकमेंडेशन ऑफ ऑप्टिमल होल साइज। वो जो 10 होल साइज हैं उसमें से कौन सा होल साइज हम उसको रिकमेंड करें जिसपे वो कुछ टाइम, 15 दिन, 20 दिन, महीना, नंबर ऑफ थेरेपीज करे और उसकी बोर वैल्यू डिक्रीज हो, यानी उसका डिफिकल्टी लेवल डिक्रीज हो, तो मैं उसको डिफिकल्ट वाले होल पे पहुंचा दूं। करते करते मैं उसको मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट होल पे लेके जाऊं और फिर कहूं कि अब आप, मैं आपको चेकअप करवाएं किसी ऑर्थोपेडिक से कि आपकी मोबिलिटी या आपकी बैकबोन की जो है वो कितनी बेहतर हुई है। तो इसका मैं आपको थोड़ा डिटेल दे देता हूँ। आप सबसे पहले डाटा वेलिडेशन के लिए हमने देखा कि मेल फीमेल तकरीबन बराबर नहीं भी है, लेकिन वो है, यानी इसके अलावा स्पोर्टिंग हैबिट्स हमने उनसे खुद पूछी थी कि आप हमें बताएं, क्योंकि जरूरी नहीं होता, आप किसी को देख के जज नहीं कर पाते कोई कितना स्पोर्टी रहा है या कितना स्पोर्टी वो है, क्योंकि बाहर ज्यादातर लोग 50, 60, 70 ईयर की एज में भी साइकिलिंग कर रहे होते हैं। तो हमने उनसे खुद ही पूछा कि आप अपने आप को किस स्केल पर रेट करते हैं। फिर स्मोकिंग वगैरह पूछ लिया हमने, फिर हमने डाटा को प्लॉट करके देखा कि वो कोई इसमें आउटलायर्स तो नहीं थे, क्योंकि कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि एक गलत रीडिंग आपने एंटर कर दी, किसी की एज आपने 208 लिख दी, लिखनी थी 28, तो वो उस 208 से आपका मॉडल तो खराब हो जाएगा ना। तो वो आउटलायर, ऐसे प्लॉट से मुझे पता चल जाता है कि अगर कोई आउटलायर है तो वो इसको इस प्लॉट से बाहर शो कर देता है। और ये प्लॉट आप लोगों ने बाकी इसको भी इस्तेमाल किया होगा, उसको कहते हैं बॉक्स प्लॉट। फिर अगर आप ये देखें कि ये हमने तमाम लोगों का एवरेज लिया, तो ये भी वैलिडेशन हुई कि मेल्स जो है उन्होंने अक्रॉस द जो होल साइज है उनका एवरेज थ्रस्ट ज्यादा रहा फीमेल से। जाहिर है ये एक नेचुरल चीज है कि हमारा जो है बॉडी थोड़ी ज्यादा स्ट्रांग होती है तो थ्रस्ट लेवल ज्यादा है। तो ये तरह डाटा की वैलिडेशन भी हो गई, क्योंकि ऐसा भी हो सकता था जिस पार्टी में हमने डाटा रिकॉर्ड करने का कहा वो अपने पास डाटा जनरेट कर दे, सही है, तो ये भी वैलिडेशन भी हो गई। फिर आपको एक चीज अगर दिखाऊं कि हमारे पास सैंपल्स थे कम, हमारे पास थे 40-45 सैंपल्स। द इशू वाज डीप लर्निंग मॉडल, मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल को जितना ज्यादा आप डाटा सैंपल्स देंगे वो उतना अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा। सो वी हैव टू गो फॉर द जनरेटिव एआई। यहाँ पे डिस्कस हुआ था गैन जनरेटिव एआई, हमने उसके लिए भी जनरेटिव एआई का सबसे हल्का मॉडल जो स्टैटिस्टिकल बेस्ड मॉडल है जीएमएम, गॉसियन मिक्सर मॉडल से डाटा जनरेट किया। और आप यहाँ पे देखें तो तकरीबन डाटा की जो वो है डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन वो आपको सेम लगेगी। कोई ऐसा नहीं है कोई जनरेटिव डाटा यहाँ से जा रहा हो या कोई यहाँ से जा रहा हो, हमारे जनरेटिव डाटा ने वही डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन फॉलो की जो कि हमारे ओरिजिनल डाटा की थी। उसके बाद हमने ऑप्टिमल होल साइज की मोशन बनाई, यानी खुद डेफिनेशन बनाई कि ऑप्टिमल होल साइज हम किसको कहेंगे। तो हमने उस पर एक बोर वैल्यू रखी, हमने ये देखा कि 2 हफ्ते में बंदा वो वैल्यू चेंज करता हो, तो हमने एक मोशन बनाई। फिर हमने प्रेडिक्शन की, तो प्रेडिक्शन आप देख सकते हैं, एस्टिमेटेड और ग्राउंड ट्रूथ का हमने ग्राफ सामने ड्रॉ किया है, आपके सामने है। दायरे पर बहुत परफेक्ट नहीं है, बहुत बुरा भी नहीं है, 80-90% इसकी एक्यूरेसी है, जो जिसपे हम कहते थे कि ये आपका ऑप्टिमल होल साइज होगा। और हम उससे पूछते थे तो वो कहता था कि यार 6 से लेके 8 तक मुझे लग रहा है। तो हमने अगर 7, 6 या 8 प्रिडिक्ट किया होता तो हम अपने आप को समझते थे कि हमने एक अच्छा होल साइज प्रिडिक्ट किया है। ये मेरा दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट था। अगर आपको इसमें से कोई प्रॉब्लम हो, कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो आप मुझसे कर सकते हैं, नहीं तो मुझे अपने लास्ट प्रोजेक्ट की तरफ जाए। किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन है?
पहला वाला मॉडल आपने दिखाया सिर्फ प्लान किया, वो आरबी के लिए यूज किया था उसको फीचर।
देखिए हमने 4 किए थे, सियामीज भी किया था और सिर्फ भी किया था और सर्फ भी किया था। वो आदमी नहीं किया, आपको बस नहीं किया, 4 कर लिए थे तो हमने अपना वो आया था। जाहिर है कि बहुत सारे होते हैं, हम सबको नहीं कर पाते।
ओरिएंटेशन वाला जो फीचर है
मैं सोच पढ़ और रही है, बस थैंक यू सो मच। मैं सोच और कुछ किसी का, मैं अपने लास्ट प्रोजेक्ट की तरफ चला जाता हूँ। ओके, अच्छा हाँ, इंटीग्रल हाउस प्रोजेक्ट में हमारा एक कॉन्फ्रेंस पेपर है, एक जर्नल पेपर है। और इसकी अच्छी बात यह है कि ये जो हमने काम किया है ये उस डिवाइस में, उस डिवाइस का नाम है इंटीग्रा माउस, वो इम्प्लीमेंट हो गया है और वो ये इस वक्त चल रहा है। तो ये ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी इम्प्लीमेंट होना है। ब्लास्टोसाइड वाला काम में हमारा इम्प्लीमेंट जो हमने किया है वो हम उसको क्लेम नहीं करते अभी उसकी एक्यूरेसी की। अभी हम अपने आप को इतना श्योर नहीं समझ रहे, तो हम कुछ क्लेम नहीं कर रहे। इस वजह से अभी तक ये इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की तरफ इस इस दौर में नहीं गया है, इंशाल्लाह जल्दी जाएगा। जो करंट, अच्छा ये जो दोनों प्रोजेक्ट्स थे ये विद कोलैबोरेशन विद ऑस्ट्रिया सॉफ्टवेयर कॉम्पिटेंस सेंटर हागनबर्ग एंड ICCBS व्हिच इज इंटरनेशनल सेंटर फॉर केमिकल एंड बायोलॉजिकल साइंसेज। ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है ये इंडिविजुअली ICCBS का प्रोजेक्ट है। इसके बारे में आपको बता देता हूँ। ऑटिज्म का किसको आइडिया है, आप लोगों ने नाम सुना है तो अगर आप बता दें कितने लोगों को ऑटिज्म का आइडिया है? ओके, तो अच्छा सबको तकरीबन पता है। ऑटिज्म मेंटल डिसऑर्डर कह सकते हैं, बीमारी नहीं कहेंगे। अच्छा इलाज भी इसका ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि वो दवाई खा लेंगे तो इलाज हो जाएगा। थेरेपीज होती हैं। थेरेपीज कैसी होंगी, जितनी जल्दी आप डिटेक्ट करेंगे उतनी जल्दी थेरेपीज होंगी। नई जो हमारी अब पाकिस्तान एक फास्ट पेस इकोनॉमी है, मदर एंड फादर दोनों काम कर रहे हैं, तो डे केयर सेंटर्स का रुझान भी ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है, किंडरगार्टन का भी बढ़ रहा है, समर स्कूल्स का भी बढ़ रहा है। तो कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि पेरेंट्स रात में 8 बजे बच्चे को जब रिसीव करते हैं तो वो इतना टाइम नहीं दे पा रहे, बल्कि जो गार्डियन है या जो उसके किंडरगार्टन की टीचर है या जो उसका समर कैंप स्कूल वाला है या फिर जो डे केयर सेंटर वाला है वो ज्यादा टाइम उसके साथ वो कर रहा है। तो थोड़ी सी कभी कभी नेग्लिजेंस भी हो जाती है। हम लोग समझते हैं स्पीच डिले है, क्योंकि ऑटिज्म में बेसिक तो ये है कि उसका स्पीच डिले आएगा। अच्छा फिर और बहुत सारे जो फैक्टर्स हैं कि वो आंखों में ना देखना या गोल गोल घूमना, तो बंदा कहता है कि शरारती है, द किड इज नॉटी, द किड इज हैविंग स्पीच डिले, तो वो लेट हो जाता है। और 3.5-4 साल की उम्र में जब हमें लगता है कि नहीं अब सीरियस है, तो डॉक्टर कहता है अगर आप 2.5 साल में लाते तो मैं बेहतर थेरेपीज कर सकता। तो हमने एक एप्लीकेशन डिजाइन करने की कोशिश की है जो कि ऑटिज्म मुख्तलिफ क्वेश्चनर देगी, आप उसमें आंसर सेलेक्ट करते रहें ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम और फिर वो आपको स्कोर देगी। वो स्कोर हम किसी को ये डिक्लेयर नहीं कर रहे जिसको आपके बेटे को आपकी बेटी को ऑटिज्म है, हम ये कह देते हैं कि ये थोड़ा सा हमें लग रहा है, आप अपने डॉक्टर को विजिट कर लें, तो जाहिर है ताकि किसी के सेंटिमेंट भी हर्ट ना हो। अब इसके अंदर 2 इश्यूज थे, अगर मैं आऊं तो ये तो मैंने आपको कुछ स्टैटिस्टिक्स दिए हैं, इसके रेफरेंसेस मौजूद हैं। 3-3.5 लाख बच्चे तकरीबन पाकिस्तान में 2020 में वो हैं जो पाकिस्तान ऑटिज्म सोसाइटी करती है। सोचें ये केसेस हुए हैं जो रिपोर्ट हुए हैं और फिर ये 2020 तक थे, तो अगर आप लगा लें 5 लाख तो अभी तक हो ही गए होंगे। अच्छा लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस इसमें बताया गया तो है ही, पर स्टिग्मा भी है। आप किसी को कहें कि आपके बेटे आपके चिल्ड्रन को कोई डिसऑर्डर है तो कहेगा भाई आप अपना काम करें, सही है? तो एक सोशल स्टिग्मा है, एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी नहीं है, तो अवेयरनेस भी आपको देनी पड़ेगी। एक्सेस टू स्पेशलिस्ट भी है, अब तो फिर भी हो गया है कि अब इसके लिए थेरेपिस्ट अलग अलग हैं, चाइल्ड न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट अलग हैं। पहले न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट भी एक होता था जो वो उसी गेज पे डील करता था जिसपे अडल्ट को कर रहा है, तो ये भी एक इशू है। और लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज तो दायरे फाइनेंशियल भी हो सकती है और आपके पास वो सेंटर ही करीब नहीं है, तो ये सब चीजें हो सकती हैं। अच्छा अर्ली डायग्नोसिस के तो बहुत बेनिफिट है। आप 6 से 7 साल की उम्र में, और कराची में ऐसा होता है कि इंटीग्रेशन से केसेस आते हैं, 7 साल का बच्चा है, अब डॉक्टर कहता है कि भाई अब तो छोड़े आप ले ही जाएं। तो क्या होता है कि जितना अर्ली डायग्नोज होगा कॉस्ट भी बचेगी, आपकी वैसे भी इंप्रूवमेंट है, प्लानिंग उसकी एजुकेशनल भी प्लानिंग आप कर सकते हैं कि भाई, और आप अपने फाइनेंसिस भी उस हिसाब से उसको जो है ना मैनेज करेंगे, अगर आपको पता होगा कि मुझ पर ये चीजें आनी है, बहुत सारे इसके फायदे हैं। अच्छा एआई कैसे हेल्प कर सकती है? अब होता है ना जितनी भी मेडिकल फील्ड में जब हम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की तरफ जाते हैं ना तो रेगुलेशन आ जाती है, ड्रग रेगुलेशन, तो मुख्तलिफ रेगुलेशन। डॉक्टर ही कहता है कि मैं कैसे इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करूं, कैसे मानूं, तो हमने कहा कि पहले हम एक मॉडल बनाते हैं जो कि रूल बेस्ड हो और वो रूल इंटरनेशनली एक्सेप्टेबल हो। हम एक एप्लीकेशन बनाते हैं, जब वो एप्लीकेशन डॉक्टर एक्सेप्ट करेगा, डॉक्टर ओके करेगा क्योंकि वो रूल बेस्ड होगी और वो रूल इंटरनेशनली एक्सेप्टेबल है, उसके बाद हम एआई का फीचर डालेंगे कि ये प्रेडिक्शन भी करे। अभी हम बेसिक बनाए ताकि उसकी एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी बने। तो अगर मैं आपको इसकी दिखाऊं तो ये क्यू चार्ट है जो कि यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कैम्ब्रिज, इंटरनेशनल ऑटिज्म रिसर्च सेंटर और नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेल्थ रिसर्च से ये बैक्ड एक चार्ट बनाया सबने साइंटिस्ट ने मिलकर, जिसमें सवाल है। सवाल ऐसे हैं कि क्या आपका जो चाइल्ड है वो आपकी आंखों में देखता है, जब आप उसको बुलाते हैं तो वह कोई एक्साइटमेंट शो करता है, क्या वो राउंड घूमता है, इस टाइप के सवाल थे। फिर उनके जवाब हैं कि कभी कभी हाँ नहीं यस ऑलवेज। फिर उनके एनोटेशन है कि किस सवाल का कितना स्कोर होना चाहिए, कितना पॉइंट होना चाहिए। तो इस चार्ट के मुताबिक उन्होंने कहा कि अगर स्कोर 3 हो या 3 से ज्यादा हो तो आप ये उनको कहें कि उसको ऑटिज्म है, लेकिन हम ये नहीं कहते, हम ये कहते हैं कि आप विजिट कर लें। तो इसकी एप्लीकेशन में आगे आप लॉगिन करें, इसकी थोड़ा सा आपको स्क्रीन, आपको क्वेश्चन आएंगे, क्वेश्चन के बाद रिजल्ट आएगा, रिजल्ट के बाद आप इसमें बहुत सारे फीचर्स हम ऐड करने जा रहे हैं। ऐड फीचर हम अब ये कर रहे हैं कि लोकेशन लिंक, लोकेशन का एक्सेस लेने के बाद वो डॉक्टर नियर डॉक्टर को रिकमेंड कर दे, और उसमें आप और फीचर्स बहुत सारे डाल सकते हैं। ये हमारा लास्ट प्रोजेक्ट था, हेल्दी माइंड्स का नाम है। हमने अपना वर्क प्रेजेंट मुख्तलिफ जगहों पे किया है, आगा खान में और अभी इंटरनेशनल सेंटर ऑफ थ्योरेटिकल फिजिक्स इटली में हम करने जा रहे हैं। ये कुछ रेफरेंसेस हैं, एक्नॉलेजमेंट है। थैंक यू सो मच। अगर कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो आप लोग कर सकते हैं, वैसे मेरे ख्याल से शायद टाइम थोड़ा शॉर्ट है। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shazid, for the nice and informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have completed all the sessions and presentations for today, now I request our director, Professor Dr. Raza Shah, to please come up and give the souvenirs to our guest speakers. Please come, sir. Yes. I request Professor Dr. Atif Mashkoor to please come and receive your souvenir. Now I request Professor Dr. Murtaza Najabat Ali to please come and receive your souvenir. I request Dr. Riaz to please come and receive his souvenir. Now I request Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan to please come and receive your souvenir. At last, I request Mr. Shahzad Khan to please come and receive your souvenir. Now I request Professor Dr. Raza Shah to please give some concluding remarks.
This was actually I attended only 2 lectures, but both of the lectures were extremely important and very much relevant to the needs of the today. And such kind of workshops and such kind of events, these are critically important for the popularization of technology, and especially the cutting edge technology. And that's the reason that when I received a proposal that we would like to organize such kind of event, and so I'm always supportive of these kind of events, and especially lectures from Dr. Atif, Dr. Murtaza. They are expert in this field, and I'm sure my friend Dr. Sadhu would also have delivered good lectures, and you might have benefited from all the informations and all the wisdom which they have shared with you people. And I think this we should continue, make it a regular event like this. And what I would suggest that we should just now move towards practical steps, and we should not like this should not be just stay to meetings and words, because I personally believe more on actions rather than words. So with we discussed with Dr. Murtaza and Dr. That we should work together. This is a national asset. This is institute which is used for funding from the public money, and this is an institute where you will find our children from all backgrounds, from lower middle, even from very poor families, economically backward families, and they received education here. It's one of the institute in the country which are giving scholarships to the students and encouraging them for the research. State-of-the-art facilities are there, and whatever we do here, this would have really an impact on overall on the ecosystem of research culture in the country, because many of the research institute and centers in the country, they are looking towards us and they used to follow us. And whatever the initiative which we are taking here, this would have an impact on overall ecosystem of the research culture in the country. And I personally believe always, and I used to tell our faculty member in each and every meeting, that what we are delivering to our country, what we are doing to reduce the misery of the layman. If we are delivering or we contributing to the social economic development of the country, then that research is meaningful. If our research is just mere a number of pages, written number of pages, and this research is not have any impact on the socio-economic development of the country, then this is just waste of papers. And that what we should have a clear directions for our research. I'm not against of the basic research. Basic research is equally important, but we should not be only focusing on the basic research. Our part of research should also be the applied research where we can contribute to the overall socio-economic development of the country. And with this, with these words, let me thank all the speakers who share their wisdom with us. And I'm also thankful to all the participants who just came here, and of course my team, Dr. Riaz and Nadeem and other who work very hard. You know that even if you are organizing a very small kind of event, still it requires a lot of management and a lot of time. And they really work very hard to bring people from abroad. It's also take a lot of resources and energy. So with this, thank you very much for attending this programs, and I'm very much looking forward for future such kind of program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashada. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank you for your active participation in this workshop. I hope you have found these sessions informative and useful. At last, I thank all my team members who participated in this evening and who participated in this event and made it successful. Thank you and have a good evening. Now I request you all to please head towards the hall for tea and refreshment. Thank you very much.